Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this session of the Board of Revision to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Mark Boreski. I'll be chairing the panel today. Along with me are Marla Billinghurst and Lynn Nesbitt. The assessor today is Jeremy Powell, and Stephen Lunn is the hearing secretary. This is a resumption of a docket initially begun on November the 22nd and adjourned because we could not complete it that day. It was resumed on December the 2nd and again adjourned because not all the items in the original docket were finished, and hopefully we will be able to do that today. We have 4 items on the docket. To the Zoom participants of the hearing, please note you're placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you'll be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised the comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony, followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the Board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We're going to be hearing items 1 through 4 on our docket today. And Mr. Lund, could you please affirm the assessor's and the applicant's testimony?
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Jeremy Ryan Powell.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, if you'd please stand. Please state your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
So Mr. Slaughter and Mr. Powell, at our initial November 22nd hearing, you presented some substantial evidence and rebuttal. I presume that we will be relying upon that again today. Did you want to take this opportunity or as we go to summarize what that information was? How would you like to deal with that?
Maybe I can get a point. Phrase it the right way here. I looked at the board orders for the other OFA properties that's already been completed. Board is awarded 7% non-recoverables 3 times for all 3 properties. My assumption would be that that's not going to stand forth for the remaining properties on the docket today. Would that be what the panel is going to be adopting? Because if so, that would be a point that we don't no longer need to discuss. See how you can chain from one to the other. You're going to be equitably treating properties at this hearing. So
We would take that suggestion, I think, under advisement. That is something that we would have to decide in deliberation, but it does have a certain logic to it.
Yeah, like, I mean, we obviously don't agree with it presented. In most cases, laws against it, but the board has heard both parties' sides and the orders have come out. So I don't think that'd be any more time wasted on a point where the board's made a decision on. So
all right.
Taking aside from that, the OFB study is a sister study of the OFA. It's follows exactly the same logic. So I can go through that fairly quick, and then it's just a matter of individual property. So I don't think this hearing won't be completed. I think we can get it all done by maybe one. So.
All right. In that case, could you begin then with 220 Portage Avenue? That's the first item on our docket. And could you present your evidence and then reference back to previous information as you wish?
And I apologize, Rod, for leaving you all alone in a room today, but I'm still a little sick, and I apologize in advance if I cough all my way through this. But
thanks for saying where you are, Jeremy. That's appreciated.
It's better now, but yesterday's hearing I had to cough quite a bit, so I assume it's going to be about the same today. So, all right, here we go. File number 221185. Roll number is 1209301510. It's for 220 Portage. We have a 2023 assessment for $34,388,000. The building was built in 1965. It's been updated for several years after that. We'll get into that. The leasable area is 177,770 square feet. It's on a prominent location on obviously Portage and Main. There was a sale on it in 2013, which we'll go into. So we just turn ahead, page 3. Be a short description of the property. This is straight from Artist REIT's website. Again, if we've been downtown, you know this building. You see it. It's on a, can't miss it. So they're reporting about 169,738 square feet gross leasable area. Again, we're a little off on that, but it's 7,000 square feet from what being reported on the website. Thing I need what we have. I expect that kind of thing from a year-to-year basis, so there's no issue there. So as we go through, we see that it has a certification of silver for BOMA. As we go through the photos of the property, just as you see on the next few pages, it shows that it's been extensively renovated, and it has been. Great West Life occupied some 60% of this building, and when they vacated out, they took advantage of the property to basically go through it. And the income stream has dramatically improved since then. We'll get to that as we go along, but we'll just show some pictures here of what the typical renovated spaces look like. I've been in the building. It's very nice. It is very, very nice. So elevators have been redone as well. On page 10 gives you a bit more of a write-up. Again, gross leasable area hovering around 170,000 square feet. And it indicates that it's been extensively renovated in 2003, 2010, and obviously in 2008, the major of the bulk of the work that's been done recently. So on page 13, the 2017 upgrades to the LED lighting system, HVAC, CO2 monitoring, windows and coverings. And then as you read through, just elevators, washrooms, modernization, LEED Platinum for the EV certification, LED exterior lighting, and ceiling systems. So what I indicated for the last picture, we'll go through a few more, but the spaces that's been done have been very well done. So, and you expect nothing less from artists. They are prominent property. So, as we go through on page 17, this is a leasing, which was for 2018. They were asking $17 to get into the building. And you see that it was estimated for taxes in 2019 because it was in 2018 that 2019 taxes weren't known yet. And then the spaces that were available listed below for the availability, and indicates the conditions that they were in. So, we'll skip ahead to page 24. I'll just wait for everyone to get there. This is straight from Artist Street's website. It's the sale that acquired the property in 2013. They had a weighted average of 6.4% cap rate, and it was acquired in 2 shared sales. Originally, I thought it was one shared sale. And I'll just give a bit of history here. But it really was 2 shared sales that they acquired both at the same time. It just the way it was quickly read and the way it was described, it looked like they already had possession, or they already were the owner of one part of the building, but it was not the case. So they declared 6.4%, and for cap rate, obviously they're looking at on a go-forward basis. We're looking at a go backwards basis because we can't look at post-reference information, but they're declaring on a go-forward basis with the risk for vacancy, which Great West Life was known the leases to be ending and could be leaving, and most likely did, and in fact did. For all things being associated with the building risk, they indicated 6.4%. So when I did my review of the property, as I was indicating, I had a 6% cap rate. That's because I'm looking at the years going backwards, looking up to the reference date, or looking up to the sale date, I should say, reconciling net operating income. As you can see, it came to 6%. Whereas there, you'd be looking at point of purchase, looking at a little bit, obviously, what the performance of the property is, but none of that money that they're getting is coming to them looking back in history with their future forecasting, what they expect the incomes to be, what they expect the building to produce at, and taking that back. So 6.4%, that's pretty reasonable when you have those 2 numbers looking at the way they do. I'm quite happy with that. So, but again, that's 2013. And then there's just a little bit of income and expense questionnaires, which we source that information from to come to the proper NOI. So on page 34 is the subject property, is location, obviously at Portage in Maine. And you can't miss this building. It is what it is. So as we can see, on page 38 is a bit more of the interior renovated spaces, showing just how nice the spaces are that have been renovated. And I went to the building as not for an inspector for bill purposes. I was looking for an agent, tax agent that used to work out of the building, and we kind of went for a little walk around. Very, very nicely done. Hats off. They did an amazing job on this building for what it was. Page 43, we see the permits that have been associated with the building going back to 2010, which would encapsulate most of major renovations that would have occurred in 2010 and 2017. I didn't put much weight to the 2003. That was significantly and a long time ago. I put much weight to that. So 62 permits. We have 14 million, a little over 14 million put into the building. On page 44 is the sales questionnaire, income expense questionnaire, and the COVID questionnaire. Starting on page 48 is the actual income statements. Artistry typically gives income statements rather than filling out the IDs, which is fine. But what we do notice is on page 48, they never start with a potential gross income and then apply vacancy. They always show a collected rent. It's a bit of a minor point, but again, when you're looking at vacancy and how vacancy is played out, you would like to see what the potential gross income is, and then see what the vacancy is associated with it. I'm sure they know this. Any building owner would, but they don't report it here, so that's why you can't see it here. Just pointing out it's collected rent. So starting from that point, they have a bit of free rent. Obviously, we don't include that, but I mean, you have to have a bit of spec of realism here. If you look at the potential rent, the rent that they're collecting, and they have a free rent of $13,000, I don't even put any mind's eye to it. If it was 130,000, it was 230,000. Obviously, if we're redacting that out, but at $13,000, it's nominal. It makes no difference. So, moving through their income and expense statement, we see that they have a recovered principal amortization for capital as an expense on page 49. We wouldn't typically leave that in. Again, that's capital cost. We'd be redacting that 450,000 out. And then further down, we see that they have a non-recoverable operating cost of $1,286. They manage their buildings on, and they're pushing in basically no a non-recoverable operating cost of essentially zero. They're pushing it in every building that I've looked at. They do quite well given what they manage their properties for. And so they're beating the marketplace pretty much every building that I've looked at. So that's again, when you're arguing it's 3% or how I calculate it out, or whether it's 7%, you can see here it's virtually nil. So their net operating income, all having said that, is 1.4 million approximately. Oh, and sorry, one other thing. Obviously, with the common ownership of the buildings, they own the parkade now. They own tower next to it, on top of it, at 369, and the two towers across. They have a parking cost of approximately $52,000. That obviously isn't on site, but again, it's $52,000 into like I said, you look at their total rent, it's approximately 2.1 million. So that's a nominal cost associated with it. So it's not quite the point where I'd redact that out either. It really doesn't make a difference. So when we go through on the next few pages, and I just want to highlight because we had some trouble last appeal looking at the rent rolls, and I don't want to get into that again, but we should be examining the rent rolls to see how they perform, see what the performance is. You look at the next few pages highlighted for your convenience. As we go through the rent rolls, bear with me here. I know we're all working from a PDF file. So if we just go through, you can see the spaces that are in place, what they're getting. On page 50, they have mezz space at $12. They have their other space at $1,600 at $25, and another mezz space at $12 for Bank of Canada. Excuse me. And then, of course, the rents that are associated with it, Artist Read always puts in what their leases are. So you look at all the way through. I invite you to scroll through. I don't want to go into too much detail, but clearly they're hovering around the $16, $18 mark. If you look at Cooperative Financial, that's where they're paying $16. Started in 17, going up to 18. If you look at on page 52, Beth Weather Investments, they're at 17.50, starting at 2020. If you look at Frantic Films, they're at 17.50, although they did get some free rent involved with that. But again, their rent is 17.50. Steingarten Company, they're at 15.50. I'm unsure if this is one of the spaces that has been renovated or not. There is still some space that has been renovated, but most of the rents that you see at around $17, those are the ones that have been renovated. Western Grain Elevator starting in 18 at $15. Grant Design started in 20. That's 17.50. Goes up to 18.50. Diamond Side Energy, they're in at 17.25, starting in 2020, going up to $19 eventually in their lease. And this is where I'm indicating where we're looking at our analysis, and I'll pause here for a moment. We're catching the increases as they go along to be relevant. So all the way through the 6 years, wherever there's a change in rent, we're catching that increase. And that's important because you're taking all the income that an owner would see in that year with the expenses, with a vacancy, and with the non-recoverables and the shortfall, and you're making sure that you're doing it all in linear within 1 year. And that's how the study has been crafted, and that's to ensure that the appropriate rent at the reference date is being used. So you see a reflection of that here, and that's why we're going through a bit more time here just to make sure that's the panel sees that. So if you look at Paladin Security, they started in 16 at $14.50. Obviously, in 2020, they're paying 18, which is according to what is highlighted there in yellow as well. Quad Realty Property in 17, they're paid they're paying $16. Now to go to 18. Isaac Medical, we see that they're in at $14 at 19, and they'll be going $16. Marwest Management, highlighted in yellow, or sorry, red, is $6 or $6.45. They are associated with the property owners. That's why it's highlighted in red. Whenever you see a rent that's so far out of line, one way or the other, you should be looking at it as an outlier. Clearly, Marwest is involved with Artist Street, so we know that they are not truly arm's length. If we carry on, Brennan Law, we see they were started in 2020. I apologize, I missed that. They're paying $17.50, and they're going to $20.25. And then Radistad Interim, they're at $15.50 with a bit of free rent there, highlighted in red, and they're going to $16.50. That was started in 2019. Pulse Crops Canada in 2018, they're paying $16, and that'll be going to 18. So that's pretty much it for the entire rent roll. As you can see where the rent roll is, it's exactly where they projected, the $18, $17, and around there. And you can see the rents aren't declining, they're not going down, they're steadily increasing, is what the marketplace is. And you would expect that set footage. So when they did their capitalization rate at 6.4%, they're anticipating what they're going to be doing with the building, all things being equal. The rents, if you take the rents what's being performed today, you can see that they're pretty much getting exactly what it is. And if you take that NOI that they have and you take it to the sell price, or you take that cap, it gives you the sell price that they paid in 2013. So they know what they're doing. This is beautifully managed. You can see a building that had a high degree of vacancy above market when one major tenant left, and they mitigated that. They also moved themselves from 360 Main into the building, and you can see what they've done with the building. So again, hats off to Artist Street. They clearly they're one of the few in the city that are they know their business. Whatever. On page 13, or sorry, on their page 13, but it's my page 56. Is just highlighting the vacancy that's still in the building. There is still an elevated vacancy as they recover from a 60% vacancy when Great West slightly left. And on my last page there, here, sorry, working for the PDF file today. 57, on page 57, we see the Q4 2020 vacancy is 36,405, which equates to approximately 21% on around 170,000 square feet. So that's the performance of the building on the, and as far as leasing, which there is still some leasing, we see that they're still actively doing that on page 58. They're asking starting from $18. And if you look on the next page, we see that it's $18 highlighted in, I guess, magenta. I don't know why I didn't do it in yellow. And then we see that the taxes are estimated for 2022, because they didn't know it because it wasn't 2022. It was actually 2000. So as we can see, that's what the current vacancy is at the moment, and they're asking rate to get in at right at the reference date. So the subject property is performing at about an $18 rate, and we see the advertising for that, and we see the associated vacancies that are along with it, as well as the renovated spaces that are in place. So Aside from that, we've already discussed the capitalization rate for the subject property. 240 Graham is the other building that we'd be looking at, which would be prime, which is on page 62. And we see that it was hovering around for 2014, stabilized at about 6.3%, pretty much right in the long line. But Artist Rate had it 6.4%. So it's a good market indicator of cap rate. The remaining pages is the point we won't get into, as we don't include any below line items or free rent or stuff like that, which would take us away from including the extra 5% the panel's already made a decision on. So I'll move off of that point. So on page 66 starts the OFB marketplace study, and I'll go through this quickly, as it'll be the same that'll be used for the other 3 appeals, so we won't have to touch base on that again. So with the panel's already read the summary, I've already went through the stabilization, rent, and all the rest of it. So it's there for your reading. I'll go through it a bit quicker than I usually would. The only thing I want to point out is on page 67, of the 26 leases, the word asterisk, which is the third paragraph down, of the 26 leases in this range, the lower limit range, 8 have tenant inducements, which are at 363 Broadway, and 8 are in a low performing building, which has high long-term chronic vacancy and partly being converted over to multifamily to address this issue. That would be 175, 180 Cut Carlton. Those numbers stick out like a sore thumb. We went through the building policy, me and Rod, and if I would have known that building was performing, I would have removed it from the study. But I left it in. Kind of balances out a really poor performing building, but they're putting in capital investment and changing partial use over to multifamily to address long-term vacancy. Because this one just is what it is. So we'll leave it at that. So when we go to the charts, that's probably the best way to look at it. We see on the top of page 68 or page 3 of the market study, the weighted average for rent is $14.39. The average is $14.35, and the median is $14. We see in there the max range is $10 for the lowest and $19 for the highest. The weighted average for vacancy is around 12%, and then the median is 8.7%, and the vacancy average is 13.6%. We see how many CRUs are being leased up. We're using 217 CRUs that were leased up, a little over 1 million square feet of inventory for the stabilized year. And again, I've given you all 6 years leading up, but I've only stabilized the 18, 19, and 20 because I feel that it is you should be looking at more than 1 year. And that's what this study does for an investment purpose. We can't look forward into the future. The case law states we can't. So we're looking at 3 full years, looking back, stabilizing the marketplace. But you also get the benefit of looking at 3 years to see the trend as well. So from 15 to 17. So when we look at the chart, it's the graph itself below. As indicated, we see that in green, that would be 1 standard deviation, meaning your median marketplace is there. If you're going to be going outside of that, there should be good reason to. And sometimes you would, that be the 2nd standard deviation. You may have a building that's underperforming. Maybe you're quite low and you're at the lower side of it on the left side. Or maybe you're in a building that is much better and you've done things to it, which is where the subject property is today, which is on the plus side of that. So when we look through the rent range, we see the rent ranges below. We see 76 that were between $14 and $15, between $15 and $16. We see 30. I'd like to point out that between those at the average or greater than the average, the subject property is still outperforming that. If you look at the rent roll, which I just highlighted, the subject property is outperforming that virtually in every single CRU that's leading leased. So that's why you should be looking at it at a more on the better than average side. And it quite firmly puts itself between the rent range of $16 to $18. So there is 23 and 14 CRUs that leased out, and that's where a lot of them are coming from. So when you're looking at this building, we see that it is at originally, we see that it has been heavily renovated, extensively renovated. We see that the properties and what the CRUs are getting within the property. So Outside sources, you can read through that if you like. Weighted average is about $15.37, and the vacancy weighted average is 13. On the next page are the actual buildings themselves, and 220 Portage is fourth down. From our calculations, we see that vacancy was in 2018 at 36.8%. It peaked at just over 60, depending on which way you take the total leasable area in 16. And it's slowly went down in 2017 and started declining in 2018 and 19. And we're hovering around just a bit over 20% average at 23.5%. So there have been 20 CRUs that leased up within 18 to 2020. And we see that the average is $16.04. The weighted average is $15.49, and the median is $16.25. And for the individual year, for the 2020 year, is what I was speaking to, because most of them have been leasing up in around there. We're getting $17.25, $16.87, and $17.50. So it's right in line with one of the better performing properties at Portage and Main, what they're getting. We look over to the Johnson report, which starts on page 72, to see what they're actually asking for. We see that the vacancy, again, this is where some discrepancy. This is straight from the Johnson report, what's being advertised. We see it's $18.9% for vacancy, and 15 with a $17 asking rate to get in, and 16 we see for 2020. 2016, it's 17% and $17 to get in. Again, we know that there were greater vacancies within the building, but again, it wasn't being advertised. And that's because there was moving from Artistry, which was moving from 368 into the space that Great West Life was occupying. So in 17, we see that it was 32% and asking $17 to get in. In 18, we see it's 27%, $17 to get in. And in 19, 58%, $15 to get in. And then in 2020, just speaking there, I read the wrong lines. 2020, 20.7% and $17 to get in. And then in 2019 and in 2020, it was 20.8% and $70 to get in. So had a pretty good synopsis of what was asking rate to get in. We went through the marketplace of what's been achieved. They're better than average. We went through the renovated state of the building. We went through the capitalization rate that they declared. We went through the permits associated with it, pictures of the property, and the rent rolls itself. And the keynote, obviously on page 49, their net income being $1.4 million approximately, with that capital cost around $40,000 also included in that. So if you would be redacting that out, you'd be looking at about a $1.85 million net operating income. So let's go up to see what our model predicted and if it's reasonable. So on page 19 starts the workup. Apologize. So for a net rent average, we have $16.65. That's associated with the leasable area of 177,770 square feet, which produces a potential rent of $2,960,555. We have a vacancy at 11%. Again, a model vacancy. The subject property is experiencing a little bit higher vacancy, but it's being mitigated and it's going down, obviously, because there was a much larger than market vacancy, which did occur in the building, and it's being adjusted for as they go along. So your gross income is $2.6 million approximately. Your expenses non-recoverable 3%. We've already shown that there are virtually nil non-recoverable expenses in this building. Their shortfall is $12 modeled, which produces a net operating income of $2.2 $2,321,191, capped at 6.75%, gives us a capitalized value of $34,388,000. So to highlight on the excuse me, to highlight on the net operating income from their 1.4, shouldn't be putting capital costs in. Redact that out there at 1.8 with the subject properties vacancy, which is higher than market and elevated at market. And you would expect that if it would continue to go back to and decline back to market, which we would expect, that net operating income will easily be over 2 million, will easily be in what we model. So on a prospective basis, moving into the future, anyone wouldn't be expecting a 60% vacancy. Anyone here wouldn't be expecting a vacancy to hover at Portage, Maine at around 20%. They'd be expecting it to fall back to marketplace. And you see that the rents that are being associated with it are higher rents, and they're still achieving them. So on a purchase on a go-forward basis, you would be expecting that our model projection of what the building should perform at would be very reasonable. And in fact, it should outperform it. It's just a matter of this building had to recover from a large anchor tenants from leaving, and they're on their way, obviously, with what they've done with the building. So I feel that $34,388,000 is reasonable. It is quite reasonable when you look at the actual sale of the property at $41 million a few years earlier, and all the data from the market versus the financials that are actually shown in the building as well. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pohl, I think I'd like to begin with your OFB study on page 66, please. Sorry, my eyes aren't very good in this room. 68.
That's okay.
Now, the study indicates, if we look to the last reference date or the last full calendar year before the last reference date, 2017, the weighted average market rent, $14.81 per square foot, is fairly static with the year end 2020, the new reference date, $14.84. So rents basically haven't changed, face rents anyway, is that correct?
You could see what they've been hovering a little around $14 on average to up to $15. I mean, there's some variance in there, but they're fairly stable.
Okay. And on the other side, the vacancy, a few rows down, that has increased significantly. I think about 44% from 9.2% at the last reference date to 13.3% at the current. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you look from 15 starting point, we see it 13 and then 10 and then 9 and then 9 and 13 and then 13 again. So obviously I've chose to stabilize the last 3 years, but the trend is around there. Any investor would know that.
So you'd agree then by those statistics that, like we talked about with the Class A market, Class B market has softened as far as the income from the last reference date to the current date. Rents are stable, vacancy is significantly up by about just under 50%.
If that's for your perspective look on it, the vacancy, there has been a little bit of elevation in vacancy, as we've all indicated that some of the players are changing with True North coming online, with some of the OFAs are sucking out tenancies there, and OFB tenants are looking for other places. A bit of musical chairs to take your words for. But yeah, that's a great answer.
Okay. And yet in light of this softening market, the subject properties assessment, if I'm correct, has increased 29% over last cycle, correct?
I believe we had this. I believe we had this for a 2022 appeal where it was confirmed. Are you talking 2020 or are you talking 2021?
The 20.
Because the 21 was confirming you had that appeal, so the assessment was confirmed. If you're looking from 2020 perspective, then I'll trust your number from the reduction.
Thank you. Now on page 68 as well, you show the bell curve of the rents in your study. And the range within the first standard deviation is between $12.79 a foot and $15.99.
Yep.
Per square foot. Is that correct? As the market average? Yeah.
Yep. 68% of the marketplace is in that range, and I'm I'm not blind to just taking an individual number. You should be looking at the performance of the property. You should be looking at the performance of the marketplace. All things you should be looking at. And this particular property is outperforming for achieved rents as we went through the rent roll. The marketplace is on average. So to put it in average, just a bit past the the right side bracket, the positive bracket for the 68% range, or just one per standard deviation, I think is quite reasonable.
That's an interesting comment, because you made that comment a few times, this property is outperforming, but on your next page, 69, if we go down the page to the second last property, 224, which is the subject.
Yep.
And we scroll across to the weighted average between 2018 and 2020, your weighted average market rent. You have it as $15.49 a square foot, correct?
Yeah.
And that's right within that first standard deviation.
It's right on the bracket. It's 50 cents less, yes. But what we were looking at prospectively when we're looking at the 2020 income and expense questionnaire, you see what's being at the reference date: 1725 average, 1697 weighted average, which is essentially $17, and the median being 1750. That's a good correlation. And then when you look at the actual the minimum rent they got for that year, it's $16.
No, it actually, we'll talk about this in a couple of minutes, but what you're not noticing there or not including is that RBC, which is the majority tenant, 44,000, their rent was negotiated in 2019 at $12 a square foot. We don't show that here. We only show the rents, actually, and I'll talk about this later.
Actually, it does show the range, the minimum rent range in 2019 is $12. That's picking up that rent.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So it is quite a range between those that have significant tenant improvements and $17 and also rents at $12.
This whole study is meant to catch the change in rents to be reflective of the rents being paid in the year. This study is meant to mitigate and minimize the effects of tenant inducement free rents and things of such nature. And it's doing exactly what it was intended to do, and you can see it here. So I'm pretty comfortable with the model rent being. Sorry, I got to go back a number of pages, around 16 and a bit dollars when the subject property is performing and all the leases that are coming in, where they're coming in the property. This is a better than average building, and we're reflecting of that. So the study is exactly what's performing. It's taken straight from the INEs. So.
Yep. Okay, and on page 68 as well, you mentioned, I think your comment is that there should be very good reason to go outside of the first standard deviation, and that upper limit was $15.99 a square foot.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, we're like this far over the limit. We're not at the other end of the second standard deviation range where we're pushing a 95% confidence interval. We're nowhere near that. So.
So the second confidence interval, second deviation on your bell graph, I think you'd mentioned in the past that anything past that is definitely an outlier. Either higher
anything
or lower.
Anything in red would be that the 95% plus. So that should be an extreme outlier. You shouldn't be looking at that. And if you are, you must have really good reason to put on either end of the bracket, right? But to look outside in the yellow range, proceed with caution, but I mean, you have to look at the subject property, and a good way of looking at that. And in this case here, I've done it for 175, 185 Carlton to your benefit. But in this case here, you're doing it the opposite way. You should be looking at the rent roll, which is when it went. Is there any $12 rents in this building? Is there any $13 rents? Do they have around 14? Is the average 13, 14? Is it even 15? So when you look at the building on a subject property level, on a site specific, if the dial indicator means it's beyond where you are, then that's where you should be looking at it to make sure it's supported within the marketplace. The same way as if I came in with a $17 rent here or whatever average rent, and there's never been a $17 rent achieved in the building, and the average is around 13, 14, few 50s. Shouldn't be putting a $17 rent. So that's the study has to be looked at for itself. Looked at the subject property, what it's actually being leased out on, pushing the reference date up into the reference date, what it's being advertised at, and then you see what's achieved on the rent roll. So I think it's done quite well. I'm up to other questions, but if you're going to go into should it be in a second standard, the second standard deviation, those are the reasons why we're looking at that. So.
No, I appreciate this, Mr. Pohl. In fact, you're saying exactly what I feel as well. We need to look at the performance in the property, and we test that to market as well as a secondary. But let's just go back to that second standard, that bracket in which anything past is definitely an outlier. And that bracket, according to your study, is $11.20 a square foot on the low end, $17.59 on the high end. Is that correct?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, sorry.
And so if an actual rent was below $11.20, you're saying that you would definitely examine that because it's outside of that second standard deviation.
Yeah, but I mean,
you wouldn't apply that to the market.
You'd be it'd be on either end of it. You'd be looking at it as a you're taking a look at it. Obviously, is that immaculate space? Is it better than? Is that CRU in that building better than anything? And maybe it's in relationship is okay, but should you be using it for the subject property as a whole? Usually those things don't happen, but there's usually reasons why there's outlying rents when you look at it, whether it be tenant inducement free rents, things of that nature, or the space is just so superior to the rest of the building that it sticks out on a rental. Could do that too. But in this case here,
is leasing a great amount of space.
In this case here, when you look at the number of rents that are being achieved in those extreme ends, 4, 2, and 5, you know that's not the ideal market. It's not the totality of the market where investors would be looking at. So
conversely, we agree that 11.20 is the bottom end, and we proceed with caution, great caution. If anything was below that amount, you would apply the same logic to anything above 17.59. That wouldn't be considered market.
Yeah, I would say proceed with caution once you start getting outside of on either end of the first standard deviation, meaning in between there that's kind of average. But if you have a prime that's outperforming the marketplace, then yeah, you'd be getting into that. Same way as if you're, again, I'll use an example at the 175, 185 Carlton. If you're looking in that range, yeah, the building is underperforming the marketplace, and an adjustments for it, obviously there. So there's usually reasons when you see that, but you can't just look at one individual rent. You got to go to the subject property rent roll. You got to take a good look at it. In this case here, we looked at 6 years of what it performed at. We looked at 6 years of advertising. We looked at what it was converted into the spaces. Everything's pointing to a very good performing OFB at Portage and Mains.
I completely disagree. Can you turn to page 19?
All right, which page?
19 of the city's brief, please.
Okay.
So these rents that are shown here, these are not actuals, is that correct?
No, these are model.
These are model. Are these model that were overridden by your study or model as applied by the modelers?
I didn't do anything to the this is exactly as such. I didn't adjust this, so it's straight from the modelers.
Okay, so keeping in mind that the weighted average of the actual rents on the subject property between 2018 and 2020 by your study is $17.49 a square foot. And keeping in mind that you had stated that anything above $17.49 a square foot is definitely an outlier that we should be very cautious about. You'd agree that nearly half of the market rents applied on page 19 are above $18 a square foot.
I'm just looking at what's being reflected on what the modelers came in at. I'm looking at what's being reflective of the marketplace. We see that the average is $16.65 for the little over 177,000 square feet. I'm not going to go through on a specific CRU by CRU by CRU basis. Otherwise, I'd be taking for an inspection. We'd be going through each CRU by CRU for every single appeal. I have to look at it from what the building itself is being generated, whether there be some deviation in one CRU or plus or minus. I'm not going to put much weight to it. Looking what the overall performance of the building is.
So you mentioned before, though, that we need to look at the actual rents of the property. You mentioned that we should look to the market in your study, but yet nothing on this page seems to reflect either. We mentioned that RBC is at $12 a square foot. The lowest rent shown on this page is, besides storage, I think, is 1530. So we're not looking at market or contract on this page, are we?
We're looking what the model predicted. I take what the model predicts as far as the value, then I go through it on my own analysis. And when I went through it on my own analysis, as you can see, the rent rolls that are in play, the rents that are in the rent roll in place, as you can see, the marketplace, excuse me, when they're hovering above 1665, I think that's quite reasonable. There's lots of data here. Then you look at the subject property as far as what they were projecting for a cap rate in the sale. If you take it back to a net operating income to get that sale, it's right in line with what we have.
We'll come back to that cap rate in a moment. You had mentioned that Mar West had a contract rate of $6 a square foot, and you had mentioned that was clearly not arm's length, and we wouldn't look at that. And conversely, Artis, the actual owners, they have 3 floors, considerable space at $19. Again, we wouldn't look at that, not arm's length.
No.
Right. But any other
I think I highlighted both those. So.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, yeah. But the RVC is an arm's length rent. And that was negotiated. And just to be clear for the board, and Mr. Paul, I'm sure you're aware of this, they paid $18 a square foot, and they renegotiated in 2019 because of the fact there was so much available space in the market. They renegotiated at $12. That's arm's length. And you're right, Artis is very prudent in how they do things, but they secured 44,000 square feet. Now, you'd agree that if we don't consider that actual rent, that their vacancy would be higher than the 23% they currently sit at.
Well, obviously, they moved out the vacancy higher. But
it would be higher had they not secured that lease, I'm saying.
I don't disagree. If you have a tenant like that move out, an anchor tenant move out, you're going to have a higher vacancy.
Okay. And the average that you mentioned that does sit well above the your standard deviation limits, et cetera, 1665, that is inclusive of storage, is that correct?
Sorry, I couldn't, you're cut out of there a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, just backing up on page, you're still on page 19, we're talking about the various market rents that have been applied by the model. And you mentioned that the average of those at the bottom is 1665, which I reminded you was well beyond your first standard deviation limit and what's actually occurring in the property. But notwithstanding that, that includes storage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk a moment about your leasable area, 177,770. You mentioned, I think, about 10 times through the evidence that the leasable area stated by the owner is approximately 170,000. And not that you mentioned, Mr. Paul, but it's mentioned in your evidence.
Yeah.
About 10 times. So we're about 7,700 square feet greater than the actual. Is that correct?
As I indicated, I have numerous INEs going back through the years for the cap rate study, as well as, pardon me, as well as what we have in place on the rent rolls that's been reported to us. Yes.
Sorry, but just to be clear, the rent rolls, the marketing materials, everything sits around 170.
I was very clear on that, but yeah, I have several rent rolls in there for the years leading up to it, including the 2020 year. They're hovering at about that. Yes.
So you're not sure where the 177,770 comes from?
Other than CRUs that have been increasing in size based on the renovation. I mean, I wouldn't expect.
Sorry, you mentioned that you have the rent rolls. There's no evidence of CRUs increasing in size.
Can I finish? Can I finish actually? So when we go through and we put, when our field inspectors go out and they go through and they put new CRUs in, they'll take it from the CRUs they'll put in. There may be some variance there. When I'm looking at this, as I indicated, from 170,000 or 177,000, if it happened to be, we were at 170,000, it was showing 177,000. I wouldn't be increasing the area to 177,000 because, quite frankly, it's a nominal change, and I would expect that, especially in a building that's going through some heavy renovations. You're going to get a bit of variance. You're going to get a bit of variance on a large office tower. It goes hand in hand with it. So I can't tell you exactly where the 177,000 came from, but I can tell you that leading up to the reference date and inclusive of before the major renovations that were, it was around 169 plus 170 in around that range.
Okay, thank you. Can we go please to page 43 of your evidence?
43, yes.
This is a list of the permits that have been taken out. And the highlighted yellow is the work done since the last physical condition date for the last assessment.
Yes, generally, yes.
Yeah. And most of these appear to be tenant improvements, but really it's relatively small. The majority of the work occurred back in, I think you mentioned in your evidence, and you can see here on page 43, back in 2013 and 2017. That's when the majority of these improvements happened. So nothing really.
Yeah, I'm going from what the owners are indicating on their advertised website. But 17 is when the majority of the renovations were starting to occur. But yes, you see what it is. There's been some past that too, and there's been some before that. Like I said, I only went back to 2010 because I didn't put any weight towards what would happen in the 2000s. It's too old to really look at, but.
Yes, that's good. And so, but just to confirm, very little has changed physically with the property since the last assessment date.
I mean, a lot of the space has been renovated. I've went through it. I've walked through it. I've seen pictures of it from their website, from what's being advertised for brokers. I'm hoping there's no contention on that. I don't believe the entire building has been done. There may be some older CRUs that haven't been got to yet, but what it looks like is the building is, because it took advantage of the vacancy that did occur, the property owner from Artis moved from 360 Main in, and then they started going through the floor by floor, and you can see the result of what they've done.
Thank you. On page 25, please.
25?
A number of times about the 2013 partial interest transaction for the subject property. And you'd agree that IAAO is quite clear. Partial interest transactions should not be given away. Is that correct?
Again, this was two partial interests that summed to the total. They're 50% each, so they summed to the total of both. They acquired the building.
Exactly what the IAAO refers to. On page 25, though, you talk a lot about the cap rate at the time, 2013, of 6.4%. Now, just to be clear, that 6.4% is a blended rate for a portfolio of properties listed on page 25 across the country, not the subject itself. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. Portfolio blended across the country, many different properties. Okay, thank you.
We're just reflective of what they're showing, highlighted in red.
Sure. Now, if we could talk about the income statement. So if you could please turn to page 48 of your evidence.
Okay.
Actually, 49, because that's where we get down to the NOI. Now, you had mentioned that you would like to redact the item called recoverable principal amortization of capital. That is a recoverable expense listed as recoverable and entered under the recoverable expense category. Is that correct?
It's an expense based on capital costs, yeah.
Right. So it's a recoverable expense, which means tenants are paying for that in a recoverable revenue. Correct?
Do you see it up there?
Well, it's blended in. It's a recoverable expense. So it
where is the line item for recoverable capitalization coming into when it says recoverable income?
Well, you wouldn't see it. It's blended in there, recoverable for CAM. It's a the point of a recoverable expense, Mr. Paul, you would agree, is that you recover it from the tenants. There's a matching revenue. It's not a capital improvement.
Can you go between lines 4400 and 4450 and show me where it's showing that?
No, again, Mr. Paul, it's blended in with the operating commons. It's part of that entire, they take all of the recoverable expenses minus taxes and minus management recoveries, and that is recovered from the tenants. So it's completely inappropriate.
I didn't see it on the sheet. I don't see it on the sheets, on their financial data sheets.
You'd agree, Mr. Pohl, it's completely inappropriate to ignore a recoverable expense, especially when there's a recoverable revenue item that matches that expense.
I don't see a recoverable item. That's why it's highlighted.
So the NOI at the bottom of page 249 at the end of 2020 is 1.4 million, 1.411. And the NOI that you're proposing today, so far I have yet to see if it's based on market or actual or anything, but the NOI that you're proposing is, I believe, 2.3 million or in excess of that.
Yep. I highlighted that earlier, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think that completes my questions. I thank you very much.
Sorry, I was muted there. Muted owing to coughing myself. Ms. Billinghurst, questions?
My questions have been answered at this point. Thank you.
Ms. Nesbitt?
Yeah, just a couple small questions. Mr. Pohl, can you confirm that your model workup is 100% model and no overrides in your model?
Yep.
No manual overrides? Okay. Just looking at the vacancy, how is the vacancy figured out in your model when we're looking at an actual vacancy reported of about 21%, you're showing 11 in your model? Just a question for clarification.
We take model rent.
Yeah.
Market rent with market expenses and everything market, and put it on the subject property, unless there's a reason they feel that you can't ever achieve market. This building here was virtually 0% or nominal vacancy for years. So there's no barrier to marketplace here. The tenant left, an anchor tenant left, and it's been recovering since. So it's actually been improved. We know market, and it will stabilize back in the building here. So when we're looking at the value that how we should be looking at it, I can bring in orders, but I don't think I've done it. And I'm not gonna.
That's fine.
You take what the building you would expect it to stabilize at, and you would expect this building to stabilize at market. Given the fact that the rents that they're being associated are on the higher end of the market range, and they're still achieving them, it shows you that it's a good building. They're simply not going to let anyone walk in for an average or below average rent. They're going to wait to achieve what, quite frankly, a Portage and Main rent will be for artists to read. They control the marketplace all around, obviously. So,
and does the model take into consideration the length of that recovery in assigning that 11%?
Well, it's from a market perspective. If the subject property takes a little longer, and honestly, it may take a little longer due to COVID, through a bit of a monkey wrench in there. But a lot of these buildings, because no one was in them, they were running quite well, and then they contractors ran into supply chain issues with getting the building materials to renovate properties such as these. So I mean, it looks like what they projected when they bought the building. It's taking a little longer, but it is achieving it. They're right in line. A couple years of COVID is obviously going to throw that in a bit of a status. But I expect this building to return to market average, as it's a better than market average building. So unless I saw rents in here being, starting to go down to 15, 14, they can't achieve that market, then that's showing you what they're asking for, they can't achieve. And you'd have some reflection there for vacancy. But here you see a pretty steady rent at the high end, and they're achieving it. So you would expect that all things being equal. It's just a matter of time. So on a long investment horizon, you're going to expect the market vacancy, and that's what we're showing at 11%.
Okay. The shortfall $12 a square foot. Can you speak to that?
The model predicted $12.
Mhm.
If you look at mine, my average, and again, the
Sorry,
model
what?
is looking, which would be on page 68.
Okay.
Mine is 1388 for an average for the 3 years leading up. So it's pretty much in line with that. But just so we're clear, I'm looking at the ones that rent, and there was 17 that I looked at here, I believe. Whereas the modelers would look at all the OFBs, owner
Okay.
occupied. So cost is the same whether it's paid by tenant or cost is the same as paid by an owner. They may have a bit broader, modelers would have had a bit broader access to cost. So I kind of tip my hat to the cost on that.
Okay, so again, it's a model shortfall also.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I think
Okay,
their average, I think, just 1 second to answer, really
sure.
shortfall. They're in at around 1568 for the stabilized years, so they're a bit more.
I'm sorry, what line are you looking at?
Page 60.
60?
Yeah, 60, or sorry, 69.
Oh, okay.
My eyes are being tested too.
No, I know how you feel, yeah. Okay.
Well, I'm usually working with paper, but I mean, I'm working with PDF now. 220
Yeah.
portage. If you look down, you can see the shortfalls that are in place. So 1568 was the average, the stabilized average. So,
And so your model's giving less than the average.
yeah, and if you go just a little bit further than that, the shortfall for the subject property on page 73, which is being advertised, is
Again, I should be looking at the 220 year.
1733. So
Okay.
I try to be fulsome in all the data. There's a lot of data there on the 6 or 7 pages. So
No, it's a good reference. Thank you very much. No more.
First of all, a bit of a theoretical question. Not only do I need to understand the evidence, but how to think about the evidence. And just apropos of something you were saying a minute or two ago, the model looks backwards. It's based on what has been reported from the past.
Yeah.
The prospective buyer, doesn't the prospective buyer look at that record, but look forward as well, and anticipate something that might be the same as or different than the history because of other factors that the buyer takes into account, correct?
Yeah, let me kind of take a minute to explain. If you want to create a stabilized tax base, you can't look and take into the future perspective. It's in literature for UBC if you want to look at it. The reason why you don't do that, look, there's a reference date for a reason. You don't look prior to it or after it, is because you interject uncertainty, meaning those are knowns that those aren't knowns facts. They may occur, they might not occur, things may change. That property tax levy that you associate to a property may not be able to be paid. So you, by that particular property, if it doesn't format for your hypothetical, maybe you introduce uncertainty into the tax rule. You essentially can destabilize the tax base. So rather than doing that, you look at what's known. You look at what you know from facts and you take it to a reference date. That's essentially the reason why. So when I'm looking at it from an assessment point of view, your assessment cap rate may be different from your person who's on the outside who doesn't care what the assessment processes or case law or anything like that. They're looking at it, what the property performance was, which is an important thing, but you're also looking at the future forecast because that's the income that you're getting. What's happened in the past doesn't come to you. That's money already. It's not money you're buying. That's already money that's gone. So you're looking at what the subject property is at. You're looking at what it could potentially be. And then in virtually all cases, when you buy a property, you're looking at what can you do to improve that income stream. And that's a continual basis, right? For an OFB and OFA, you're never going to not look for a way to increase your income. You're growing your income stream, right? Unless, of course, your building's been heavily renovated and that's already been done for you, and just purchase it when it's all basically done. So, from a perspective of future income, we can't be looking at that, but we can look at the trajectory of what's been, and that's what I'm showing you for 6 years. You've seen the trajectory, and it's been increasing for rents. This subject property has been increasing because the renovation work that's been done to it. You're getting better than market average rents because it's a better than average building. And then as you go along, you would expect that to outperform the marketplace. And what you're seeing is a recovery of the building that was.
So if we look at vacancy, you've got a vacancy based on the historical record of buildings of this type. You have sort of acute circumstances brought on by True North coming on stream, maybe the pandemic, but and so you've got those potentially two different numbers being looked at by a potential buyer, and the potential buyer at the reference date thinking, well, this is where vacancy is going to go. So I'm trying to figure out, based on the vacancy that you have suggested, is that strictly a reflection of the circumstances at the time, the past history, or the anticipation of what a buyer would be assuming?
Are you looking at it from a marketplace vacancy, or are you looking at it from a site-specific vacancy?
Let's go site-specific.
Site-specific, this building was occupied by Great West Life for around 60%. They took over from Agricor on a sublease, and then the state remained on. This building performed at virtually nil vacancy. It was at 1 or 2 or 3% for numerous years until Great West Life left. And that created a large hole in your industry. Clearly, it would. So when they left, through Artist REIT moved from 360 Main into some of the space here and took up some space here. Mar West is in here too. They're kind of loosely related to each other. And that obviously, when Artist REIT left from 360 Main, that allowed CRA to come in. So basically, they play music. They came over to this building here because they get better rent at 360 Main for their tenant for CRA. But they moved into this building here. They renovated their space, and as that space has been here, they've been re-renovating the space. And as you can see from the pictures, it's quite nice. And you're getting rents that are associated with the renovated space, and that's why they're obviously at Portage and Main, plus it's renovated space at Portage, so you're getting quite a good rent there. And you would expect that. That's how the building's being managed. That's what's being achieved. They're taking advantage of a high degree of vacancy, which isn't always bad. It gives the opportunity to reinvest in your building, and then you see the latter of it, where you went from 60% vacancy and it's starting to redact down.
And so you just said that before Great West Life moved out, the history had been virtually no vacancy, very, very low vacancy. And that was with an unrenovated building, a building that was relatively commonplace in appearance internally. Is that correct?
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Okay. So when it was renovated, it certainly became more appealing, not aesthetically. Does that make it harder to rent out because people would shy away thinking that it's too fancy for me, these rents are too high, or does it do the opposite?
I think you're seeing a reflection in the rent rolls. Look at the number of leases that have been signed up in the recent years. 2020, we from the 3 years we have 20 new tenants in the building, from 18 to 20 new 20 new. Apologize. You have 20 new CRUs in place. So you see from the rent rolls and the start dates what they're being achieved. It's Artist REIT knows their business. And that's
So there's 20 new CRUs, 20 new tenants, or just
CRU
was it
is
configured
changing.
differently?
So, no, we're catching the changes in steps. So if it goes from, like I indicated, and you can see it on the rent roll that we went through, it went from $16 to $17, and one year to the next, we're catching that. So what we're showing is a reflection of the CRUs that are leased out and the rents that are in place in those CRUs. So if you saw 3 CRUs and majority of the building is still being leased out and they're still asking a high rent and nothing's been achieved, you can kind of start putting some hesitation there. But when you're looking at the building and how it's being, the rents that are being achieved in place, it's there in black and white in leases. So,
And you're saying that the rent roll, actual rents being achieved, are in line with what the model came up with. Is that correct?
the model's conservative, a little under that, but yes.
Okay. Why would RBC have been given a rent at $12?
I don't know. Same reason why CRA was given a rent at $11.45. Apparently, I haven't looked at those leases yet. When you see those leases significantly under market and it's an anchor tenant, usually it's induced by tenant or the tenant inducement factor in some way, and that's when I start investigating across the leases. So I may do that one here as well. So, but that'll be kind of go for the lease.
And is that public space, like banking, public banking space, as well as office space that they occupy?
Shows on the rent roll. Bear with me as I Royal Bank is in. They're on floor 16. They're on floor 300, and they have mezz space as well. So they looks like they occupy 3 distinct areas within the building.
Okay.
And the mezz obviously would be. We're just looking for the areas with me here. Now they don't. No, they didn't break it out here. It's on pages 1551 of my brief. You'd like to look at it. They occupy 432 square feet.
So Artist REIT, of all the tenants, occupies the largest chunk. Then next is RBC. Is that correct?
I believe so. I didn't quite look at it who has the most space, but obviously Artist REIT and Royal Bank would have the lion's share of the larger CRUs.
All right. Let me go back to the question that Mr. Slaughter was doing about the recoverable amortization for capital expenditures. Remind me what page that was on.
Page 49, highlighted in yellow, line 6480.
Okay.
Essentially what I see here is the cost for, obviously you have capital improvements, and usually you're not going to pay a lump sum in one particular year. You amortize that out. And that's not atypical. That's what you see. But we wouldn't be looking at that capital improvements. We don't equate to a operating income, operating expense, I should say. That's a below line item, and you should be looking at. There's lots of case law on that. I'm bringing in that as well.
But isn't that case law about non-recoverable costs?
We don't
like this is. They're saying this is recoverable, so it's showing up in the rent, is it not?
Well, I'm looking at just from the income expense that I see here, or the income statement that I see here. I see recoverable principal amortization capital $450,000. When I look up to the recoverables incomes under starting at line 4400 down to 4450, I don't see that.
Sorry, where are you?
the next page up on 48,
Yeah.
I don't, under recovery income, I don't see the associated costs with that. You don't see capital recovery.
Okay. Does that not mean it's just buried within all the rents? You
I
don't know.
I can't tell you, and I haven't got the list for. So
Okay. So essentially, it's a bit of a imponderable thing based on the way this has been reported. But you decided to redact that.
I highlighted in yellow for that purpose. I didn't redact it out. As you can see, I made no adjustments. I'm just saying, I made some explanation. It's highlighted in yellow. If I would have done an adjustment from there, I would have shown that. That's one of the things that show up on this income statement. And one of the other things that show up on this income statement that I already explained was they don't have a potential gross income. They just show one and a vacancy loss associated with it. They just show a collected rent.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that we really need. It's really important. Obviously, we talk a lot about it. No one's going to deny that. But for whatever reason, Artis REIT does a phenomenal job of reporting. But I don't know why they don't put up potential gross income in or vacancy loss associated. It's just something they don't do.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you.
Does anybody want a short break at this point, or do you want to carry on with Mr. Slaughter's evidence? Panel members?
Oh, sorry.
Panel members?
I would really appreciate a very short break.
Short break? Okay, let's take between 5 and 10 for I don't know if we call this a coffee break or a cough break, but either way, we'll resume in somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes from now. All right, we will resume with Mr. Slaughter's evidence. When you are ready, Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and panel. I'd like to start just with a few overarching comments that we talked about in the last two hearings, but it's applicable also to the Class B market, which now we're talking about as opposed to Class A. And that is, we are squarely in, at the reference date April 1st, 2021, what one refers to as a tenant's market. The bargaining power in transactions is favoring tenants, and this is mainly because of a supply-demand imbalance, again, starting with True North, but the main point is that the demand has not increased. So supply is up, demand is static, and we see the evidence in the city study, we see it from our side, it's real. And the result of that is bargaining power to tenants. So while base rents appear to be relatively static, there's much more to the story going on behind the scenes. In order to attain some of the rents that we talk about with Class B, I'd suggest anything over $16 or $17 will be in this category. In order to attain those rents, owners are having to invest far more in landlord costs and tenant improvement costs in order to entice tenants into their building and attain the rents that we see. In other words, they're partially buying for those rents. If not for those costs, the vacancy would be higher and the rents would be lower. What we see in the subject property an example of that. RBC in 2019 had the ability, because of the tenants market, to turn to Artis, very astute property and asset managers, and say, we're no longer paying you $18 a square foot in our renewal. We can go across the street, we can go down the street, we can go any number of places. And the negotiation ended at $12 a square foot. And we're going to hear about this sort of activity as we move through the other properties today. This is real. This is what's actually happening in the market. The market has softened. So the goal that we're trying to accomplish today is, by the legislation, to determine the market value of the subject property in its current physical condition as it would exist in the marketplace of April 1st, 2021. And in the marketplace of April 2021, there's no way that somebody could say the market is better than or even the same as it was in April 18. Not only do we have the supply-demand imbalance, we then have the specter of what everybody in the industry was talking about at April 21, of the hybrid work model and the effect it would have on the office market going forward. In determining a market value by the legislation, we need to consider the performance of the subject property. With that being said, We're not doing a lease fee analysis. We're not asking the board to take the $1.4 million NOI at 2020 and capitalize that. We do a fee simple analysis, which is considering market. That, as I've stated many times before, a better indication of market is often found in the actual performance of the property. Municipal boards have stated this as well over and over again. It negates the necessity to make adjustments for location, amenities, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, there are many times when contract is not market. If a transaction is non-arm's length, for example, we don't even consider it as evidence of market. Or if there are any other number of other factors. But just because something is high or something is low, notwithstanding considerable tenant improvement costs that may have been invested, it doesn't mean it's not at market. Mr. Chairman, on page 6 forward, I have a few pictures as well. Mr. Pohl had some great pictures of the property. I think the board has an idea of the condition. But let's just talk about the physical attributes of the subject property. 220 Portage is one of the first office towers in Winnipeg. It was built in 1966. And its design has some features which wouldn't be up to the standards of today's requirements. An interesting note is, as you move through the building upwards, the third floor, and this is kind of like the Richardson building that we talked about before, the third floor is entirely mechanical, because in those days they didn't have the ability to service the upper floors. So they would have utilities at the top on the 17th floor and 18th, and then they'd have utilities for the lower floors on the lower floor, third. So the third floor is completely mechanical, except for, I think, a small storage area. So moving through the building, we have the concourse level, which is predominantly RBC, and that's their retail bank, and a small restaurant. And otherwise, there are no amenities within the subject property. The amenities, and because Artis had acquired this property as kind of a sister companion property to 360 Main, the amenities are found across the way at 360 Main. The main level is RBC offices. Second level is RBC offices. The third level is mechanical. And then as we move up, we get into the multi-tenanted floors. Artis, the owner, occupies 6, 7, and 8. They're the largest tenant. Mar West is a subset of Artis, or was, and they occupy one of the floors as well. So that constitutes about 44,000 square feet. RBC constitutes about 40,000 square feet. And then we have occupancy or vacancy up to 16. And then the 17th floor, as I mentioned, is predominantly mechanical with some storage. The leasable area is stated by the owner on the rent rolls and in marketing materials. It's hovering around 170,000 square feet. That's consistent. But to be fair to Mr. Pohl, what is not included in that area is about 5,000 square feet of storage on the 17th and 3rd floors. So what has been historically used through appeals is about 175,000 square feet, including storage. But again, there's still a delta of about 2,700 square feet that I cannot figure out how the city has come to with their 177,700 square feet. The difference, though, Mr. Chairman, in our presentation is we're basing our analysis on what the owner reports as their leasable area. And I think this is appropriate because they wouldn't include storage, for example, in their denominator for recoveries. So our leasable area is the 169,728 as reported by the owner. And then what we do to make sure that we're not ignoring the storage floors is we simply add that as lump sum income, okay? So the effect is that we're basically counting for all 175,000 square feet, but you'll only see 107,000 in our analysis. And actually that enhances the value because we're not claiming shortfall or vacancy on that storage income. On page 11, I have a few comments about the transaction nearly a decade ago. This transaction was a combination of two partial interests. The IAA was very clear on transactions such as that. They state that a sale involving the conveyance of less than the full interest of the property should be excluded as a valid transaction. Sometimes all of the partial interest owners of a property may agree to syndication and sell portions of their estate to a buyer, typically on the same day. However, the sum of all the sale prices may not necessarily indicate the market value of the whole property. These transfers should not be used as valid sales without thorough testing, analysis, and documentation. And the fact is, Mr. Chairman, this sale has never been considered by the city as an evidence of value. Assessment has always been nearly half of what that sale price was nearly a decade ago. It was also a motivated sale. Artis, of course, owns 360 Main, and by buying 220 Portage, they had a good sister companion property to their main asset. Thirdly, at the time of that transaction, if we were to give it any weight at all, which I strongly suggest we shouldn't, as history has proven, it was at the time, fully occupied property. And number four, to show how skewed that combination of partial interest is, because you can understand the motivations that happen between the individual owners in that transaction. Just to be clear, those two 50% owners were CREIT and FAM REIT. And just years before, in the mid-2000s, the property was purchased at 100% interest for $17,500,000. So clearly, there was something off about the sale price, and being a decade old, we would give it no weight. So we move to the analysis of valuing the property, which the city and we agreed should be done by the income approach, more specifically the direct capitalization income approach. So on page 13, we begin the analysis with the potential rent. Through the questioning, I hope it was established that the market rents applied to the subject property are far in excess of both the actual and anything in the market. Recall that 12 of the 25 market rents applied were over $18, which is well above the second standard deviation limit. Nearly half of the rents is not based on anything as far as I can tell. We look at the actual rent signed in the property in 2019 and 2020. This is not including step-ups. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 transactions in those 2 years. And you can see on page 13 that the range in the market rents for those transactions are between $14 and $17.50 a square foot. I've mentioned this before, but you can almost guarantee when you look at a rent over $17 in a Class B building, it is because of significant landlord investment in tenant improvements. And that is the case. We know from the permits that are submitted by the city, and examining those, we examine those too. And then I talked to the owners about the leases. We know that Unit 910, which is Randstad, had $280,000 invested into that lease. We know that Unit 1300, which is Frantic Films, had $280,000 invested into that lease. We know that Unit 900 had $134,000, et cetera, et cetera. That's why you'll see rents higher. And again, we're not asking to deduct tenant improvement costs to a net effective rent, but we are asking for some caution that if you know the house next door had $100,000 in improvements put into it and a new kitchen and everything else, and the house that you want to buy was last renovated in 1990, it has an effect on value. But notwithstanding that, taking those rents as they are, the weighted average of the actual rent signed in 2019 and 20 is $1,584 square foot. And I'll pause there, Mr. Chairman. You'll recall that I had great concern about the market rent conclusions of the Class A study. We look at all the same properties. We had something that was about $1.50 a square foot less on average. I would suggest that the Class B study, so far from my analysis, is pretty close. Mr. Pohl's study is very close to the conclusions we have. You recall that his weighted average from 18 to 20 was 1,549 square foot. We're very close. What this is not including, though, Mr. Chairman, and I think I should have, depending on hindsight, is the RBC lease that was renewed in 2019 from $18 to $12 a square foot. That's part of the real picture as well, and that's not even included here in this analysis. And like the city, we also give no weight to the non-arm's length leases of Artis or Mar West. One is high, $19 a square foot, and the other is low at $6 a square foot. The asking rent in the property in Mr. Pohl's evidence was $17 a square foot. But keep in mind two things. Number one, especially in a tenant's market, the asking rent is not indicative of the market rent that you'll actually, or the rent that you'll actually attain. And secondly, that asking rent is inclusive of tenant improvement work. Typically $40 to $60, but what we're seeing now is well over 70 in many cases when we see rents escalate above 17. On page 14, I read this quote before, but I think it's very important to note. Sorry, no, I did not read this quote before. This quote comes from the Q1 2018 Cushman study, and it was stating that landlords in the CBD will need to be aggressive as tenants pursue opportunities for superior quality space or more attractive leasing terms. The key factors in the decision-making process by tenants will be the leasehold improvement allowance and the commitment by landlords to undertake significant building upgrades. In particular, there will be increased pressure in the Class B market as a result of rising vacancy rates at 240 Graham and 400 St. Mary. So this is not just contained to the subject property. This is across the market. We're going to see more investment from owners just in order to keep their heads above water. And that was back when the tenant market started in 2018. This is before we had the effects of the pandemic, or the potential effects of the pandemic. And stating in Q1 21, Colliers basically corroborates that. In general terms, rental rates remain relatively flat, but lease inducements have increased, compressing net effective rents in the Winnipeg CBD. So we look at a snapshot of various rents, and this is not a full study. We do the similar analysis to Mr. Pohl, although we don't represent all the Class B. We represent about 75%. But I've taken a snapshot of various rents on the bottom of page 14, not as fulsome as a study as Mr. Pohl's. But what it does show is that the averages that we talked about for smaller size spaces do hover around that $1,550 a square foot, from $1,450 to $1,550. You know, that average that Mr. Pohl stated is pretty much real from what we see. But we do see it decrease per square foot when we get into larger size properties. And we see that at the bottom. I've organized these rent comparisons by size so that we can see the effects of the economies of scale, and that is real. And the other thing we find by looking at the study is that when you get to the $1,550 a square foot averages, those are typically for properties like the subject, which are I call them the connected properties, the ones that are either connected to the walkways or the concourse. And where we see rents that are on the lower side of that average, so $14 and less, is when they're not connected. So thus far, everything is contained. We see the actual rents that we have calculated in 2019-20. We compare those to what's happening in the market. We compare those to what Mr. Pohl states in his study for the subject property, and we compare it to what Mr. Pohl states in the market. And they're all around the same, $1,450, $1,550 in the subject. And yet the city has applied rents of $18, $19. So on page 16, we go through our analysis. And again, this is where, this is not a lease fee analysis, it is fee simple. We look at every rent. And if we determine that that rent is indicative of arm's length behavior between the parties, and there are no other undue motivations or influences, and it's not an old lease that expires soon, or any of the other tests that we use for contract versus market, then the contract is market. And where we varied, of course, is on vacant space. We apply a market rent. For the non-arm's length spaces, we apply a market rent. The market rent that we have chosen, Mr. Chairman, I think fits squarely in our analysis. In fact, a little on the higher side, $16 a square foot. I think that's very fair. Again, it's higher than the average that we see being signed in the bill at 2019 to 20. So $16 is applied as market, and otherwise the actual rents are applied. I think for the most part, anything in blue is superseded for the market rents that you see on page 16, and otherwise it is the actual. And our blended average at the end is $1,565 a square foot. Again, that's completely in line with everything that we're seeing. So $1,565 a square foot is our potential market rent, Mr. Chairman, for the office only and retail concourse, not including the storage. And I'll come back to that in a moment. So the second step of our fee simple income approach is to look at the vacancy allowance, lost because of vacancy. So on page 17, you'll see a summary of the vacancy since 2015. We haven't worked to this property until 2021. When Artis acquired it, there was a different agent involved from 2014 on. But what we see is that for almost a decade, this property has not been below 15% vacancy. Almost a decade. In fact, in 2016, when Great West Life moved out and RBC downsized, the vacancy shot up to over 50%, 59%. And it stayed over 50% through 2017. The only reason it decreased, Mr. Chairman, in 2018 is because the owners moved from 360 Main over to 220 Portage, Artis and Marwest. That's the only reason. And we sit then at 21% still at 2020. And it's basically the same today, but shouldn't talk about that. So the 3-year stabilized is 23%. 5-year stabilized is 36%. The actual market is higher than 11. I think it was 13%, according to the city study. The municipal boards have been clear that even in a fee simple analysis, if the vacancy in the property is such that it appears to be stabilized, and in the examples that we've seen, they typically use 3 years as a stabilized amount, they increase the vacancy allowance. Now, we're not suggesting 21%. What Altus typically likes to do is find a mid-ground between market and stabilized 3 years. That certainly wouldn't be 11%. The market is even 11%. So we have used 15%. And again, I mentioned the most recent municipal board order dealing with vacancy was for 75 Scurfield at the top of page 18 in the state. The board will follow the precedent set by the board that the board cannot ignore actual vacancy rates in making evaluation of income. So we have a potential market rent, which is completely corroborated by both market and actual performance, 1565 a square foot. We have a vacancy allowance, which is far less than the stabilized actual vacancy in the property, at 15%. We also have a concern with the shortfall rate. The model applies $12 a square foot, and I won't ask the board to turn to this because I think it was brought up in questions by Ms. Nesbitt, but the actual recoverable expenses in the property are between $16 and $17. And so we're using $14 a square foot. We don't often use the actual, but something slightly less. $14 a square foot for the shortfall based on actual stabilized performance. The next item is non-recovered expenses. Now, I will not go through this again, Mr. Chairman, in the study, unless you want me to. It's been a couple of weeks. Thank you. Okay. I'll just summarize it, and I'll summarize it even shorter than last time, is that we know these are real expenses. And keep in mind, the 7% is not just the non-recovered that you see on an income statement. It includes perhaps 2% for structural reserve. That's true capital improvements. And it includes space marketing costs, which we often don't see on income statements. Leasing commissions aren't shown on Artis' statements. So while we may not see something that totals 7% on the income statement, that is not the point, especially because this is an amortized allowance. And it's very real in the market, especially for these type of properties, especially in this type of market. And so, again, we ask that the board apply 7% as the non-recovered allowance. Which brings me to the last piece of the NOI, Mr. Chairman, and that is the storage income. So again, we have not included the 5,000 square feet in our leasable area, but we are not ignoring that there's storage income, which totals in 2020 $50,000. It's a little less than what the city applies to the storage areas in their market rent. But by not including it in our market rent, we are not applying vacancy, we're not applying shortfall, we are not applying non-recovered. It's pure income. So in other words, we're enhancing the value of this way. So $50,000 based on the actual storage income is added, lump sum to the bottom after the erosions. I'll pause there for a moment, Mr. Chairman, before I go into cap rate. On page 20, you will see the summary of all the items I just mentioned. The NOI that we are proposing is $1,793,072. And again, the reason I bring this up is that we should not be focused on what is happening in a given year on an income statement. That's a least fee analysis. You recall that was $1,000,004. And we will see in other examples, perhaps today, that sometimes the NOI shown on the income statement will be far higher than what we were proposing for a fee simple analysis. And the reason in those cases is often because at the time of that calendar year being examined, the property may have high occupancy. That isn't considered in a fee simple analysis. So the point being, Mr. Chairman, is that while I am not suggesting we hang our hat on the actual NOI, far from it, I do suggest that when you see a variance between actual 1.4 and what the city is proposing at 2.3, that should raise concern. Back to page 19. We now look at the capitalization rate. And Mr. Chairman, I'll again ask your advice if you would like me to refer to that separate document or just summarize the main points.
Summarize, please.
Okay. Last cycle, Altus had concluded that the Class B capitalization rate in general should be 6.75%, and that was corroborated by what the brokers were stating at the higher end of their range, and it was actually what the city applied. Since April 18 to April 21, the market has softened, and there are concerns on the horizon for the office market. There is no way anybody could say that the same capitalization rate should be applied when we're looking into the future in April 21. As evidence of that, we looked at a few transactions that showed the brokers were right in their trajectory of cap rates, that by April 21, they were increasing 25 to 50 basis points from what they were in April 18. And we looked at a few transactions, one of it which was an office tower downtown, 433 Main, classified by the city as a B and by Altus as a C+. And at the time of the transaction, Mr. Chairman, that was on the market as an office. The prudent purchaser who acquired the property made the decision to reposition it, but it was on the market as an office with office leases in place. And that cap rate, if you'll recall, based on our fee simple analysis using the same methodology as we apply in our valuations, applying a market vacancy allowance in that case of 20% and non-recovered expenses of 7%. The capitalization rate was 7.66%. So based on all of that evidence, Mr. Chairman, 6.75% is not sufficient anymore at 21 Class B. And we're proposing 7% based on the transactions that we've looked at, based on the broker studies, and based on our interpretation of the differences in the market from last cycle. Just to be clear, last cycle, and I know I'm not supposed to talk about board decisions, but the board had reduced the assessment of the subject property, applying a 7% cap rate. Last cycle. If we were not to apply the 7% non-recovered expenses, though, Mr. Chairman, the difference in our analysis, if we didn't include that, would be about 25 basis points on the cap rate. So we would ask that the board apply 7 point. Sorry, I apologize. I am proposing today that we do use the city's cap rate of 6.75 if we apply the 7%. And this is a subjective decision that I have made because I'm trying to recognize a lot of the risk in the property going forward in the NOI. And I may be wrong about this, but I didn't feel it was appropriate to then also ask that the cap rate be increased. So I am accepting the city's cap rate of 6.75 upon the condition that we recognize the risks and the expenses properly in the NOI. So on page 20, we then summarize from our fee simple net operating income of $1,793,072. We apply the 6.75%, and we come to an income valuation of $26,564,000. In appendix, Mr. Chairman, are the same documents I think that the city had provided: the rent rolls, the income statements, the questionnaire on COVID. I don't think there's anything else I need to bring the panel's attention to. So I will conclude our direct evidence with that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Poole, questions?
Yeah, just a couple. Just so we're clear, I think you misspoke a couple times, but I just want to clarify the points. We had a 2022 appeal for this property between yourself and myself, and the board did confirm that assessment. There was no reduction. That was the last appeal for this property, correct?
The board took my recommendation to apply at 54-1 because the property had been reduced, but I needed to be diligent as the new agent for the property and go through everything. And at the end, I felt that the value concluded by the board at that time was fair. So the board didn't make a determination. I asked for a confirmation. We didn't go to appeal this, Chairman.
No, I'm looking at the order. I'm looking at the order right now. We took for file number 21-316. Board's conclusion: the decision is based on assessment and taxation department's evidence. We went at this quite a while. I think you might be mistaken on another appeal.
Before we spend too much time on this point, please keep in mind that we can't determine why that decision was made, and so we would not be giving an awful lot of weight to it.
Okay, just a point to be clarified. Next point would be you indicated, excuse me, that the asking rate that I pointed out was $17. It was actually $18 at the reference date. I had two asking rates, one from 2018 and then one approaching the reference date in 2021, which was.
You show, because all the evidence I saw in here, I think 3 different pages showed $17.
So there's $17 for the 2018 year, and then for 2021, it was 18. I can go to the page number if you like, but I just wanted those clarified.
Yeah, if it's not full, because I thought all of the evidence was applicable to this reference date, and they all state $17, and that's also what the owners have stated.
On page 59, highlighted magenta above, $18, and underneath that is estimated 2022 tax year because it wasn't known then. So that was a 2021 at the spring, 2021. So just pointing that out.
I think that's the only time. I think everything else was 17. Anyway.
Just small corrections on that. Generally, I just want to ask the chair, we went through rebuttal for 2-1 Portage. That my rebuttal is supposed to carry forward for all of these appeals. I realize it's been 3 days now. Do we need to address anything in rebuttal, or can I have my rebuttal file on file for the vacancy issue, non-recoverable issue? Because I already went through that. I don't really want to go over it again.
I don't think we need to go through it in detail. Pending any objections from the panel members, I would suggest just a quick summary.
Okay, so I guess it's kind of hard to do it now because I want to ask a question, but if we're going to address it in rebuttal, it needs to be none. But I guess I'll leave it at that because it's really hard to, I guess, because it's been 3 days, it's hard to continue this in the same format. But I'll move on to my next couple points. Mr. Slaughter, I noticed you looked at the vacancy since Great West Life left. Did you look at the vacancy from mid-2000s up until 2015?
Not too far back, but I did. I know that at the time, in 2013, it was sitting around 5% vacancy or so.
Would you agree between mid-2000 and up until Great West Life leaving, it hovered between 0 and 3%?
Sure, I agree with that. I don't know.
So, and now that the building's been extensively renovated in 17 and a bit in 2010, would that not be more of a competitive stock within the marketplace for these?
Actually, I think it substantiates my argument even more, Mr. Poole, because the property would be sitting at 50% vacancy if not for artists moving in. And all of the improvements that were invested in 2013 and 17 haven't changed the fact the property still sits over 20% vacancy.
But that vacancy moving forward, you would expect to be absorbed in the marketplace, and you see absorption in the marketplace and the rents that have been highlighted on the brief recent, correct?
If I think that would be speculation, but based on my understanding of what's happening in the market, no, I completely disagree. I think it could get worse.
You have a number of new leases in a building that are being absorbed. How could that be anything but absorption into the marketplace?
We're still sitting over 20% vacancy.
and it's coming down, right? So we're showing that.
It's
And it's
hovered
not-
around 21% for the last number of years. So despite some new tenancies coming in with inducements by the landlords, we still have a high vacancy. And to answer your question, what do I think is going to happen in the future? The complete opposite of what you're suggesting. That's my understanding of the market in April 21.
Okay, getting furthermore into the Royal Bank, RBC lease. Have you examined the lease?
No.
How do you?
I have interviewed the owner about it to make sure I understood everything, and both the leasing agent and the owner, because when I see something like that, I need to understand, is there anything I'm missing?
Well,
And their
you
answer
choose-
was, nope.
But you chose not to look at the lease, or you weren't offered the lease?
Well, no, typically I don't need to see a lease. There's nothing in the lease, Mr. Cole, that is going to change my understanding between what I see on a rent roll and income statement and then interviews with the owner. And what would be in the lease that would change that?
Okay, can you see that it's substantially different from the rest of the rents that are achieved in the building?
Yep. Yes, I can.
Okay, moving on. When we're looking at your page 16,
Can I continue on that answer?
sure.
Because this is a very important point. Number one, it is nearly 40,000 square feet of space. Economies of scale are a factor when tenants are negotiating, and it has to be recognized. If the owner did not come to terms that were agreeable to both parties, they would have a higher vacancy on their hands. That's number one.
If I'm allowed
Number
to
two
continue.
is that the leases that you're referring to that are higher, as I stated, are almost exclusive or almost completely enhanced by owner investment.
May I move on with my questions on to page 16? On page 16, you have the $12 rent in place. Aside from that, every other rent is starting at around the $16, $17.50 range, up to $18. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Um,
there's only one rent, I think that's 18. It was a step up.
you are using 15% for vacancy.
Correct.
Would you consider that this building would be more competitive in the marketplace than other buildings that are achieving lesser vacancy?
No.
So other buildings that are having less rent, less vacancy would curve this income stream downwards, and yet the property owners are advertising at $17, $18 at the rent.
I think it's established that asking rents are seldom attained without significant investment. The actual performance of the property, we know what the actual rents average, we know what the actual vacancy is. It's performing like a Class B building. It's performing like a 1966 vintage Class B building with enhancements and improvements.
Getting on to examining leases that are in the building. You stated you haven't examined the Royal Bank lease. Have you examined any of the leases in the building?
I don't believe in this building I have. But again, just to make a point, whenever I look through every single rent place on the rent roll, if I see anything that appears to be out of the norm, I interview the owner about that, try and determine what the circumstances are.
Okay, so getting
In
back
my
to,
experience, Mr. Paul, and sorry, can I continue?
Yeah.
In my experience, and I've been valuing properties for 15 years, office buildings, and I've looked at a lot of leases. And seldom do I find in a lease something that is going to veer my opinion of what I knew about the lease from examining the rent roll.
moving on to the INE or the income expense statement that was given. We have line 6480, which is recoverable principal amortization capital, and we see we see the cost at $450,000 approximately. But you haven't examined any of the leases to ensure who's paying, if it's being recovered, and we don't see it on the income statement. But you're sure that it's somehow inclusive of it, but we don't see it showing up on the income statement, nor have we examined the leases to confirm that.
No, I've confirmed with the owner. I asked explicitly about this item. They said, yes, well, it would be fraudulent for them to claim it as a recoverable when it isn't a recoverable. So that's why I take offense to those kind of comments, Mr. Paul. But I did confirm, yes, is this part of the recoveries? Yes, it's blended in the operating costs. I mean, for the same reason, we don't see legal and accounting, we don't see HVAC, we don't see any of the items broken out.
Okay, can I
Except
finish
taxes.
Can I finish on with my questioning on that line? So we see a number of rents in place, and you didn't ask, or did you ask, who's being charged, who's being recovered from, which tenancies are being affected?
Well, no, I think I can tell from looking at the rent roll when the recoveries are relatively static. And this is one of the ways that we determine if a lease is not recovering full expenses. That everyone's paying that CAM charge. I think what was it again? $10 a square foot here, and then they're paying taxes of $6, or I can't remember the exact numbers, but and you know, and then I asked, are we sure that that line item that's called recoverable expenses is being recovered as part of your CAM? Well, of course it is.
Well, getting back to that, are you sure that Royal Bank, being the major anchor tenant in the building, isn't covering that majority of that, which would lead to a lower cost?
Sorry, can you state that again? Is RBC covering the costs for other tenants?
How can you, like, if you don't know who's paying what, how can you be assured that the capital costs, which are at $450,000, isn't being associated with the Royal Bank? Are they covering for their space? They occupy a lot of space. See a dip in rent, considerable amount from the other market rents in the building. That $450,000, if you haven't examined leases, how do you know World Bank isn't offsetting that?
Well, I don't understand how that would work, how they would pay for the recoverables of other tenants, but I don't believe I saw a variance between the recovery shown on the rent roll for RBC and other tenants. But notwithstanding that, I don't think that makes any sense that RBC would cover costs of other tenants.
Right. Speaking to the marketplace, you indicated it's a tenant marketplace. The effective income is what you're indicating generally from your rebuttal, from the other appeals associated with this docket. From your rebuttal work, you're trying to highlight and show that, in your words, it's a tenant's market, but the effective income is being lowered. Essentially, is that your position?
That's correct.
And what you're taking in, and you stated many times, is tenant inducements, base rents, take it off. Here today, you've indicated that they are tenant induced, but leave them as such. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, it's a touchy subject. So what we're not doing is asking the board to reduce space rents to come to a net effective.
But you've done that in the past at the other appeals associated with this docket.
No, I don't think we have. If we have, I apologize. What we would typically do, though, we may say, okay, we have a vacant space, right? And it's 15,000 square feet, and we want an understanding of what to apply as a market rent. And there's 3 rents across the way, and they're getting $17 a square foot. But we know from examining them and talking to the owners that they had considerable tenant inducements included. Well, that's not apples to apples now. So we use caution in that case. The same example I used with a house that had significant renovations. With all of the things being equal, will command a higher value than the house you're looking at last renovated in 1990.
That's fair. I use it metaphors too, but we're not talking about houses today. I can assure you that you did reduce the face rents with costs, and that's why I tried to do it in an inconsistent argument, which failed. The sheriff stopped it, but that's exactly what you did to prior appeals. Now you're not doing it here today. What I want to get into, highlight the point, is you're coming up with, through your rebuttal information, another analysis where you're coming up with a net effective income to the owners. You're taking tenant inducements off. No,
this is not net effective, Mr. Paul. It's not net effective. I'm taking face rents and applying a vacancy allowance.
I'm talking about your recoverable. I'm talking about your taking away of rents from tenant inducements. You've already mentioned this in your rebuttal of my work, my information. Essentially, you're saying that it's a tenant's market and the owners have to cover a higher degree of costs.
Yeah, sorry, pause a moment. I thought you were using we're getting terms, I'm getting mixed up, I think. I thought you were asking if I'm using effective market income, which is your potential rent minus your vacancy, and that is what I'm doing. But if you're asking if I'm using net effective rents, no, I am not here.
Well, no, I'm looking at it from the whole trying to get your argument, and it seems pretty consistent. It's a tenant's marketplace. There's more costs associated. You're taking those costs off to come with a lesser value. But what you're essentially doing is you're coming up with a net effective income, which is being reduced to the owners. We're not coming up with that. We're coming up with a net operating income, are we not?
I'm sorry, Mr. Paul, I don't think I have once used a net effective rent net of tenant improvements. I don't think I've done that.
So when you're talking tenant, okay, let's look at it a different way. When you're saying that's a tenant marketplace, and you're talking about TIs, how else then are you associating with that? With these, if it wasn't a tenant's marketplace and they didn't have to cover TIs, then it's essentially what your argument's been throughout this whole docket. So could you please explain how you're, one hand, using tenant inducements to reduce it from face rents, and then on the other hand not, because I'm getting a little bit confused myself.
No, I'm not at all. Not once in any of these hearings have I taken tenant improvements off of a rent, whether it be a comparable or an actual, stating that there is a story behind these rents. And it's something that the city seems to be completely ignoring. That in order to attain some of these rents that are higher, that somehow are taken and then inflated even further by the model, nobody's recognizing that it costs a lot of money to get those rents. And all the permits that you're putting in, not all, the majority of the permits you're putting in to say this is enhancing value, well, it's not.
So
That's deriving the rents that you can do that in your model.
Capital costs and tenant inducements is essentially what it narrows down to, that owners have to effectively pay more. And you're coming up you're coming up with a net effective income, which is less than a net operating income, which is exactly why we don't do tenant inducements and we don't do capital costs, because those may not be.
I think we're on two different pages here, Mr. Paul. I'm not using net effective rents. I'm not using potential rents minus vacancy, minus non-recovered expenses, minus shortfall to come to a fee simple NOI. There would be included in that a great deal of tenant improvement costs, which I'm not deducting. I'm simply saying that we need to understand what's happening in the market. We need to understand why some rents may be high and some low.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. Billinghurst, questions?
All my questions have been answered.
Ms. Nisbet?
Just one small question, Mr. Slaughter. I'm looking at your page 16. This is where you arrive at your potential market rent.
Yes.
And I perhaps missed it, but why did you apply $16 a square foot to your vacant space?
Yeah, good question. My conclusions of both what I've seen in the city study, which if you recall, the subject was sitting around 1550, and my analysis of rent signed in 2019 and 20, which are about 1585. I probably should have sat around 1575, but I rounded it up. I just used 16. So a little on the higher side of what my analysis would show, but I felt it was still appropriate.
Okay, so it's just simply a rounded up number from your average or your average rent of $15.65.
Correct.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
On the same point, you're showing $15.65 as the average weighted rent for a series of properties. And it is the $15.65 that you used in your analysis. Is that correct?
Sorry, I guess there's different numbers, Mr. Chairman. On page 14, I have just a snapshot of Class B rents, and the average in that case is, I think it was, my eyes are not great, $13.11 a square foot. But I don't give much weight to that because it's a snapshot and it's all different sizes. The two things I'm looking at from the city side are the weighted average of Class B at 14. Let's round it up.
Okay, but here's my question. You're using $15.65 rent in your analysis?
Overall, that's the blended overall, correct?
Okay, thank you. So that's based on this series of properties, not the subject. But then you have, let me see if I can find it, page 13, rents from the property, and that comes out as $15.84. So then my question is, isn't this what the municipal board would refer to as actuals that ought to be used, rather than the $15.65, which is a an amount derived from a general population of similar buildings.
Just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, on page 16, where the 1565 is derived.
Yep.
That is not, this is not other properties, that's the subject property. So that's all the rents in the subject property.
Sorry.
Actuals, except for where I use market, and the market was used on vacant space or non-arm's length spaces, I think for the most part. So that's actually the subject property. That's what's actually happening. And the reason.
Then what is on page 13?
And then, sorry, so page 16 is the subject. That's all of the rents
okay.
in the property. 21.
Right.
Page 13 is a summary of the leases signed in the subject property only in the years 2019 and 20.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, but please remember, that's not including, and in hindsight, I don't know why I did this, it's not including RBC, 44,000 square feet at $12. If we included that, my weighted average would actually be far less than, it would be about.
And the year that the $12 lease was signed in was which?
2019.
2019. Okay. Then my other question relates to the where is it? Here we are on page 20. Your other income, the 50,000. Remind me, this is an amount that accounts for, was it storage and mechanical, or what was this again?
It is storage. So I think this is an important point because I want the board to understand the difference between the city and ours approach here. We have used the leasable area stated on the rent roll for the property, which is 169,728. And the city's area likely includes storage, but I think they overshot that because they only included 5,000 square feet of storage, which means they have about 2,700 square feet of office in excess. But the point being is we're not ignoring that there's storage income. We apply it as a lump sum. And this will differ depending on the property, Mr. Chairman, depending on how the owner reports it. But the difference is that if we add it as a lump sum, we are not eroding it with the vacancy allowance, the non-recovered allowance, and of course the shortfall. So in fact, we are enhancing our value by using this approach. But at the end of the day, we're recognizing all the income.
It kind of strikes me that you're not normally in the business of enhancing value. I'm not understanding why this methodology was applied in this case, as opposed to, wouldn't it be the norm to say, here's a different rent for storage space and just include that lease as leasable, potentially leasable space?
We didn't have it on the rent roll. So our analysis is always derived from the actual rent roll. So the rent roll is 169,728. We enter every rent into our analysis and work on each rent. That comes out to 100. But then I look at it again and I say, well, wait a minute. Why am I short from what historically it is, which is 175,000? And then I go through the income statement. I find, there's storage income. And that's obviously not included in the rent roll. And actually, Mr. Chairman, this makes sense here because what the owner is saying is we're not using the storage areas as part of our denominator of leasable area upon which our recoverable expenses are allocated.
Okay. Now, why did that not apply to the properties that we dealt with as the Class A property?
I'm not sure. So in some cases, owners put the storage area right on the rent roll.
And they did in these other cases, but not in this one.
I think so. I think in 201 Portage and 360 Main, we see it right on the rent roll. And if you recall, there was, like I was saying, that, oh boy, we're way out in the area of 360 Main. And then I saw on the rent roll, they had increased their storage area. So storage area can be a little foggy sometimes. But that's what was happening. They were putting storage areas into their rent roll. And then
how was the specific amount of 50,000-ish determined?
That's the actual on the income statement.
They put that on the income statement and you've just taken that.
Yep, exactly. So I recognize they're not showing storage areas in their rent roll. So in other words, I'm missing something. And then when I go to the actual income statement, I see that storage revenue was 49,657 in 2019. I guess it was 50 in 2020. I recognize that it's fairly consistent, and so I applied it.
And that's what the owner has reported on the rent rolls.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So all my questions.
Not on the rent roll, Mr. Chairman, on the income statement. That's
Income
the report
statement,
on the
sorry.
income statement.
That is all my questions. Therefore, that concludes. Unless anybody wants to summarize. Does anybody want to summarize? Mr. Powell?
No, I think it's okay. I just want to make sure that the rebuttal information that I already presented on vacancy, market vacancy, good market rent is going to be applicable. So we don't have to go through it again.
All right. Okay. And Mr. Slaughter? Summary?
Just simply, Mr. Chairman, the city's valuation, in my opinion, is hypothesis and speculation. I see nothing based on market or actuals, and I certainly don't see how an assessment increased 29% when the market's softening and the property hasn't changed.
Thank you. All right. That concludes 220 Portage Avenue then.
Can I rest just a 2-minute break?
Certainly. 2-minute break. Okay, we are resuming with 161 Portage Avenue. Mr. Poole, when you are ready, please.
File number 222927. Roll number is 130606271000. Excuse me. 161 Portage Avenue. The 2023 assessment is for $10,755,000. It's built in 1971. We have an effective age of 1985. We have a leasable area of 67,603 square feet. There are no sales of this property. On page 3 is a description of the property, straight from the property owner's website. So it achieved a BOMA's Best certification, and it's in it's obviously Class B building at Portage in Maine. So we go through photos of the property, which are on starting on page 9. Again, it's kind of at Portage, Maine, but tucked a couple properties down from it. So it's in red. It's just off. I would say it's 2 properties in. So it's now TerraTech naming of the building, as they are the main anchor tenant there. On page 11 starts the photos of the building. As you can see, it's a little older of a building. There has been some renovated spaces within the building, and it goes floor by floor as we go through it on the second floor. Third floor. So obviously, these are TerraTech's location on the 4th floor. So it's quite nicely done. 5th floor again. And I'm just scrolling through. You obviously we're virtually meeting today. I'll let you scroll through as well. You can get a good feel for the property from the pictures. It's quite nice space. And the pictures end at page 31. Following that starts page 32, which is TerraTech's website. Lease. Website there. And I brought this in just to show what is encompassed. You see the rental rates that are there on page 33. And then you see the lease premises on page 34 highlighted in yellow, and everything's highlighted in yellow for your ease of reading. 19,690 square feet for the rental area. Tenant improvements. As you can see, there was some issues and this happened at the last hearing too at the municipal board for 444 St. Mary's, where this was brought in by the agent of all this. At least this comp, I should say. So we can see here that there is a tenant inducement or tenant improvement allowance, $25. The tenant's work, the tenant paid for it, as you can see, highlighted in yellow. And then it's the clause on page 5 of 16 or page 30 of 6. If the entire tenant allowance is not used for leasehold improvements, the tenant shall be permitted to utilize up to $15 per square foot rentable area towards minimum rent becoming due here on under. So basically, the tenant paid for their workup or for their improvements. We go through it on page 42 is the permits involved. It used to be wardrop. They moved from 386 Broadway to TerraTech, which is, and they rebranded to TerraTech at 161 Portage. So highlighted in below is the 1.6 million for the permit on page 42. And then there's a 280,000 on the permit for on page 43. On page 44 is a synopsis of what's been into the building, similar to what I've been doing for other properties from 2000 2009. We have very little investment from 2000. Sorry, it should say from 2010 to 2022. There's a typo there at the bottom, but from 2010 to 2020. We have 6.8 million. Confirming, and this is the article that was brought in, and I'll just summarize this on page 46. For the municipal board file number 1481-0245, which is Altus's rebuttal submittal for St. Mary's, which has been referenced quite a bit. This is the summary position. Altus's agent provided this article and claimed that the owner paid the entire cost of the tenant and that the rent had no tenant inducements allowances. In fact, the article states otherwise. They actually produced this article and they got it wrong. And the agent and legal counsel didn't read the article clearly. The agent did not provide TerraTech lease, even though Altus had it. And as such, they are the tax agent for the property owner. So it was quite clear that the property owner, the tenant paid to renovate the properties for the property owner, and there was a reduction in rent. So this seems to be a recurring theme everywhere we look at a lower rent, a lesser than rent, the market, you look into it and it keeps popping back up. So highlighted in on page 46, highlighted one of the latest to go that road is Wardrop Engineering. Official name is Wardrop, a TerraTech company, which will be putting up stakes for summer after 20 years at, like I stated, 3 Broadway. Wardrop, at least 3 full floors there, and 3 full floors and 2 half floors for 32,000 square feet in the former Bank of Canada building at 161 Portage. It's already taken possession of some of the space, and it won't be moving until August when major renovations are complete. As you see from the pictures of the property, there were major renovations. They improved the space. Stefan Siegel, the firm's vice president of marketing and communications, said that the company is spending millions. Their company is spending millions. He wouldn't say how much to renovate, remodel space to suit its needs. So as you can see, they renovated the property to suit themselves, which is what we don't do. We don't include tenant inducements to reduce rent. So hopefully that's highlighted for yourself. On the next following pages is page 48, which is the income and expense questionnaire sent out to them. And following that is the COVID questionnaire, which they have given their financial statements in lieu of, which is fine. On page 52, highlighted in yellow and in red, obviously the red is tenant inducements and free rent. We redacted that out. So we adjusted that back, and that's at the bottom of the page. So there was free rent and tenant inducements. So redact that out. When you go further to the next page of 53, shows what the vacancy is in the building, low, and then on the rent on the rent roll, which starts on page 54. Here for a second. And as you can see, highlighted in red, the TerraTech. Again, they were tenant induced. That's why they're a little less in the building. That's what we're highlighting there. And that's what you typically see for anchor tenants. If you're going to come in for long term, we're going to give you a tenant allowance. You're going to pay, or we'll give you, like for Great West Life, it was a tenant allowance that wasn't all paid back. Great West Life paid considerable amounts on top of that. We have the same thing here today. As long as you complete your lease, your long-term lease, because you're not getting this for a 3-year lease. As long as you complete your lease, we'll give you a bit of a break. It's a good investment as far as an anchor tenant, and it's a good investment for the property owner. It mitigates risk. That tenancy is most likely not going to walk away, and if they do, they're not taking their capital improvement with them. The space is renovated. I can market to someone else, and that capital investment is borne by the tenant and not by the property owner. So it's atypical for market. I can go through the tests of what market is and what isn't, but it is a mutually beneficial relationship. But it's definitely not one that's at market. It's even more skewed at St. Mary's. So here it's just highlighting that. For the rest of the rent roll that you see in place, we see $14.50, $15.50, $15.50, $15, $15.50. And you just read it down as you go along. $13, $15, $14, $17. So it's a pretty good indicator of what the market is for this building, for the subject property, what it's getting, as well as its location. It's 13.98% vacant, highlighted in yellow at the bottom of the rent roll. So it's hovering just at market, just above market. One thing we can, the rest of the documentation is the same as far as capital costs and all the rest. But one thing, if we can just go back to the vacancy, bear with me here. You gotta love working through PDFs. If you go back to my page, starting on page 10, as this was a former bank, if you look at the main floor, there's not that much fenestration that goes along with it. So there is a bit of a reduction in that main floor. Typically, you would get a higher rent on a main floor if there was retail component. Given this was a bank, obviously at one point in time there was. It's not today. And as well, because there's lack of fenestration on that main floor, you would think there'd be a little bit less or more risk for vacancy or less risk for rent achieved. And as you can see on page 12, that's why you got a ping pong table in there. Not really much you can, it's leased out, but it's not a lot you can do. And that's why the spaces look the way they do. So really, the driving rents are from the second floor up. Any market broker would look at that saying, you're going to main floor tenant, you got to have more windows penetration than that. So that is a negative for this property that you should be aware of. So as we go along back to the rent roll, apologize for bouncing around, but that was something that needed to be done. And it's a better look if you look on page 45, which was the start of that article. It really highlights it there. You got a good elevation view there where you don't have it's former bank. Can't fix that. That's just the way the building's going to be. So when we go along, we look at the actual market for this building. The OFB marketplace starting on page 62. We're not going to get into the data. We've already been through that, but we'll look at the subject property. The subject property is the last comparable on page 65 or page 4 of the study, 161 Portage. We see that their average rent stabilized is $13.88. For the 3 years, we see the weighted average is $13.88. The average is $13.94, and the median is $13.50. 50. There was a bit of increase in vacancy, as you see, but approaching the reference date, it has been declining, and it was at 14%, as indicated on the rent roll. And we had 16 CRUs in place that got that data from, which a total of 90,000 or so. So if we look to the Johnson report for 161 Portage, again, and it follows along starting from 2015, it had approximately 23.9% for vacancy at $12 asking rate. In 16, it was 15%, $14 asking rate, as you can see the jump in the market as we start increasing. 161 Portage, again, in 2017, 161 Portage was a 12.6% vacancy. These are advertised, obviously, at $15. And then in 2018, it was at 6% and $15. And then in 2019, it was at 6% at $15. And then in 2020, again, 6% at $15. So you see that they're actually advertising a bit less than what they have on the rent roll. But again, you get the $15 rent that they're asking to get into the building. So when we get up to the workup, it is on page 5. So for 67,603 square feet, we have an average modeled rent of $13.96 a square foot. So pretty much $1 below what asking, and right in line with what they're achieving, even a bit below from what the rent roll has been stated as such. You see that we produce a potential gross income of $944,248. Our standard parameters apply at 11% for vacancy, 3% for non-recoverable shortfall, and then $12 for non-recoverable shortfall, non-recoverable expenses, I apologize, and $12 for shortfall, which produces a net operating income of $725,934, capped at 6.75%, gives you $10,755,000. So when we go back to the actual financial statements, the unadjusted, the adjusted NOI is $642,600. So when you take out the free rent that's in place and you take out the tenant inducements in place, it falls more in line with what our model is. And our model is again at 725, so it's closer to that. So all things being equal, about a $14 rent is achievable. It's been achieved in the building. You have a building that has a renovated areas in the building as such. The picture is shown. That investment wouldn't need to be done. It's already been done. The rent that is in place there is tenant induced for TerraTech or for wardrobe. And realistically, the net operating income is very reasonable from a fee simple market base. I think $10,755,000 state. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, Mr. Paul, I commend you for recognizing the site-specific characteristics of the first floor. That's an important part of the valuation of this property, and you addressed it. That's good. Have you had a chance to inspect the storage areas in the subject property?
Did not mean you go through this building years ago. I believe we went through it then. I'm not mistaken if up on the 7th floor there was an area that was a little mechanically disadvantageous. Like I think there was a spot on the uppermost floor that couldn't really be leased out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think when we went through, we didn't see all of the building,
but we adjusted for the areas aren't in contention, are you? I thought we had that on a go-forward basis.
Yeah, we hadn't at that time. I don't think saw the lower level storage.
Right.
but you agree that, and I'm referring to page 5 now, and this is your summary of evaluation where you have the breakdown of the various CRUs. And the model mentions when something is standard office finish or storage mezzanine. So what's odd about this property, you'd agree, is that 20% of the area, 20% is storage.
Yeah, that's mainly because of the main floor, because of the way that you can't change the building. It was a former bank, and if you look at the main floor, it was quite a secure facility. No one's breaking into that.
Yeah, no, it's more than the main floor, Mr. Poole. It's a significant amount of lower sub-concourse space.
Let me rephrase it a different way. We know that the main floor is mainly used as storage, right? From what I recall from walking through it. Is there any other areas that we have contention with what we have?
Yeah, significant. What's called the vault, which is, well, you know what? I'll leave this for direct. These aren't questions. Leave that for direct. Your study on page 61. Sorry. 65.
Starts on 62. Okay.
So page 65, we talked about the weighted average for all class Bs, the 1439 square foot, I think. But on the bottom of page 65, when you look at 161 Portage Avenue, the last property on page 65, the weighted average, I apologize if my eyes aren't seeing this right, is 1388 a square foot.
Yep.
Correct? So a little less.
And 1436 for the 2020 year, but yes, 1388 for the 3 years stabilized.
Okay, and that's not including storage, correct?
No, it wouldn't be including storage.
Okay, so now if we go back to page 5, please.
Sorry, which page?
Page 5, the evaluation. Yeah. We've established that the office rent sign in 1820 are hovering around 1380 or 14 something square foot. But you'd agree that every rent applied for the non-storage space is far in excess of that, ranging from, I think, a low of 1417 to a high of 1674. Is that correct? So
numerically, yeah, that'd be correct. But like I said, these are model generated rents. I look at it from the average, from what the building's generating, and obviously it's 1396. And when we look at the building as a whole, I don't think that's out of line, especially when you look at the net operating income, what they're declaring when you take out the free rent and the tenant inducements. We're pretty close. We're not quite there. Be simple based, but
you'd agree that your applied rents are far in excess of the actual based on what you show in the study.
As far as what's reported on the rent roll, you can see. You're like pull it up again.
Your weighted average, Mr. Foley said, was $14 a square foot or so for the subject.
Right.
So
a little over $14 for over $14 for 2020, but $1388 for and bear with me, I'm going off memory. I'm scrolling through here. But the subject property itself, we just look at them. We have them highlighted for you: 1450, 1550, 1450, 15, and then we have the 1375, 14, and 1375 and 14, which are highlighted in red, which are tenant induced, and then going back to 13, 14, and then 17, 17, 15, 18, as you can see. So in a synopsis of all of it, it's roughly what was indicated in the study. So
I disagree. I think every one of the rents you applied are in excess of what the actual is.
Well, I can't. You see the rent roll with the reporting product, and we see
that
the tenant inducements are affecting the rents achieved for Wardrop or tenant Terratech. So if you have a disagreement on that,
let's get to that in a moment. Before we get to that, you agree, similar to I think all the properties you discussed, the model shortfall rate of $12 a square foot is significantly less than what you show in your evidence, hovering around, I think it's $16 a square foot.
For the subject property, what they're asking for in 2020, they're reporting $15.45. In 2019, they're reporting, and I go back to 2009 because prior to COVID, which is $15.64. So that's fine. Some of them are adjusted a little bit there, COVID issues. And then you look at
higher than the model rate.
if you let me finish. So then when I look at it from what's reported on the INEs, we have $12.38, then jumps to $15.25, and then $16.61 for an average of $14.89. So.
And again, you would agree that's higher than the applied 12?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, page 32.
32.
You included a lease. Did you have permission to do so from the parties?
No, this was submitted to the department. It's income and expense information that was submitted to us. So it's being able to be used by us.
Okay, that's good to know, Mr. Pohl. This lease is an amendment. Is that correct? If you read the highlighted section, God, my eyes are not good. This section is superseding the original lease of 2010. Right? This is not the lease from 2010. This is a
because the area change. Yes.
So what they're saying is in 2017, the owner is contributing $25 a square foot to a smaller area because this tenant had downsized considerably since 2010. That doesn't say anything about what the owner invested in the original lease. Do you know what that was, Mr. Pohl?
I don't have the original lease. I just have this, and it clearly indicates that the tenant performed work, that the tenant carried out its
No,
work.
it doesn't actually. It says in 2017 they were given more money. In the 2010 lease, Mr. Pohl, they were given $35 a square foot for over 30,000 feet, which is $1.12 million. So to answer a couple of points, they don't have the leases. We don't need them. We can understand what's happening with the property. The majority of this work was paid for by the landlord. It actually corroborates my position 100%. So I don't know exactly why you have this lease in evidence or what you're trying to interpret from it.
It quite clearly states, when I'm looking at a vice president of a company claiming they paid for the renovation, what am I supposed to look at? What are we supposed to interpret? They didn't? It's in black and white. So when you look at what the rent is in place for a superior, brand new renovated space in that building to achieve less than what's currently in the building, it's another red flag for tenant inducements or tenant allowance, whatever you want to call it for this. We're just showing that the rents that are achieved is in lesser than what you would expect for a brand new renovated space. And as you can go through the pictures, you can see it. It's a beautiful space. So it is not indicative.
Here's the fact, Mr. Pohl. In your evidence, you agree.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Sorry, I'm going to pause, Mr. Chairman. I think we're off. I think we're freezing. I'll pause.
I'm freezing
We're
too.
all frozen still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
We use the same system, so when they freeze up, I freeze up here. My phone is on my own home Wi-Fi, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, everything just froze on me too.
Should we continue, Mr. Chairman? Can you hear me?
No, it's just a second. Stephen?
Yeah.
It appears to have not, or it's come back now. It is not frozen now.
Yeah, when it freezes up like that, we are just going to have to give it a second to resolve itself.
Give me a second too, because I froze up on my end. I still use the city's internet at home, so through their portal. Okay, I'm looks like I'm good to go.
Oh, I think we're good now.
All right. Panel
Okay.
members, you're okay?
Yeah.
All right, let's carry on.
I think that concludes my questioning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Billinghurst, questions?
No, I don't have any.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Just looking at the vacancy. The vacancy is has historically been low in this building, and in the time leading up to the reference date, it was again low. Is that correct?
It was, just to be clear, on page 54, it was just under 14%. And if you look at my study, which is what shows on the AI, but for the 6 years for this building, on page 65 or page 4 of the OFB market study, it was in 2015, 30%, 2016, 22%, 2017, 29%, 2018, 28.9%, 2019, 17.2%, 2020, 14%. And if you look at what was advertised, and that's key, that to cross-reference what was advertised in the Johnson report, which is independent from us and any agent, it's just what's happening, I should say. In 2015, they advertised 23.9%. In 2016, they advertised 15%. In 2017, they advertised 12.6%. 2018, they advertised 6%. 2019, they advertised 6%. And 2020, they advertised 6%. So there's a lesser than what's being offered to the marketplace, obviously exposure to the marketplace, than what's being reported on the INEs. And again, the INEs only show what's vacant. If they have plans for that space, they'll show it as vacant on our INEs, but they may not be advertising because it's already committed space. So the study speaks to that. It happens more so in Class A buildings, less frequently in Class B buildings, but it still is a fact, as you can see.
This was Bank of Canada that was in it previously. Is that correct? Yes.
Sorry, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. And they moved out when?
I didn't go back that far.
Okay.
I must have been a while. I looked at 6 years.
So then vacancy was relatively high after they moved out and before TerraTech moved in. Is that correct?
Yeah, TerraTech took over some space and they renovated the spaces as an anchor tenant.
All right.
Okay, all right.
That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 6 has a photograph of the property, the aerial map where it's located. Everybody knows where this is, I'm sure, so we don't have to go through that. I'll ask the panel if you don't mind to turn to page 19. I'm just going to go through a few interesting areas of the subject property, which again makes it a little different than many of the offices that we'll discuss. Oh, who's Mr. Bull? Okay. It was originally built in 1971, and you're correct, it was built for the Bank of Canada. And it was built specifically for their purposes, so it's not really designed the same as many Class B offices. The main difference, Mr. Bull pointed out, that you can see the main floor has very little fenestration, built for security first. And it's been traditionally hard to lease. One of the areas on the main floor on the two narrow ends of the building have very small windows across the top. The rest has no windows. And you can see that on page 19. And eventually the owners recently said, we can't lease this space. So they converted it into an amenity space, converted it into a bike storage that actually services both the Richardson building and 161 Portage. And I didn't know that until I inspected recently, and I was pretty excited because this would be great to bring my bike to work. So that entire sort of north side of the main floor is now common area bike storage. But the other storage space, which is very interesting in this building, aren't on the main floor. So one of the spaces you'll see on the rent rolls, it's over 5,000 square feet. And it's the vault space from the Bank of Canada. And it had been leased in the past by, I think it was CIBC at the Richardson building used it for storage. But since about 2015, it's just been vacant. And having inspected it, I now have a better understanding of why this is so difficult to lease. It's not actually even on the concourse level. It's below that. You have to take a separate elevator down below the concourse. I mean, again, it's built for security, not for marketability. And it's just kind of a wide open space. You can see here on the bottom of page 19 with these massive vault doors. And it's just sitting vacant. I mean, there's no demand for it in the building. There's no demand in the Richardson building for this. It's very awkward for tenants to get things to. So I think this is one of the most interesting points of the property, Mr. Chairman, despite the fact that, and this kind of ties back to our discussion on 224, as you asked, well, why did they not include the storage areas in the rent roll? I don't know. That was a decision they made. I have a feeling in the very near future, the owners here are going to remove these kind of spaces from the leasable area of the rent roll because it's not really leasable space. So the other storage area is a little bit smaller. And it's I thought it was on the concourse level, but in fact it's not. From the concourse level, there's a door and you go downstairs. You can see on the top of page 20. And that leads into just kind of a wide open mechanical area that they could potentially put storage in. But again, the point is that there's no demand for this in these kind of spaces. These aren't like storage lockers on the 31st floor of an office tower that you can easily access. And then the third storage area outside of that main floor area is on the 8th floor. And that's basically a mechanical floor where, again, they've carved off some areas where they can fit in some storage if necessary. You can see that on the bottom of page 20. And otherwise, on page 21, you'll see photographs of various units, Class B space. So that's kind of a snapshot of the building. But the important point is when we take those areas that I showed you, that's about 20%, including the main floor storage area. That's 20% of the 69,000 square foot leasable area. It's pretty significant. So on page 11, we take a look at the performance of the property. And there were actually 3 leases in the building signed in 19 and 20. They were on floors 201. This is where Tetra Tech had downsized. So 201 used to be part of Tetra Tech until 2017. They surrendered the space. And in 2019, they attained the tenant here for $14.50 a square foot.
Sorry, you're
Same
on which
thing
page?
with floor 3. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's page 11.
11, thanks.
Yeah. So what I'm doing here, Mr. Chairman, is walking through first what's happening in the property in the recent years. And then we'll look to the market, and then we'll come back to the property as a whole. So the first phase was vacant for a while, and then this tenant moved in, unit 201, 1450 a square foot. The third floor, a similar circumstance, was leased in January 2020 for $15 a square foot. And the last, on the 7th floor, a tenant moved in September 2020, and they're paying above what the property typically attains. They're paying much higher at $17. But again, there's a story. And the story is that the landlord invested over $50 in this case per square foot in improvements. So they basically fit up the space, built a suit for the tenant, and the tenant says, thank you, we'll increase our rent for that because it's amortized over the term. That's how tenant improvements work. It's not the other way around. Similar quotes to the last presentation on the Class B market, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, we're in a tenant's market at this point. We look at the same market rent comparisons as we did in the last. It's a snapshot of the Class B market. And again, I think the study, the city's study, is fairly accurate to what we're seeing. Overall, average Class B would probably be around $14.50 a square foot. The subject property is a little less than that on average of the rent signed. But pretty much on par. And so that's the world we're looking at for this type of property. And so again, I raised a big flag when I saw the rents being applied to some of these spaces that seem to be in excess of that. So we have 2 types of areas to consider with the vacant, with the market rents. We have the office areas, and based on what we see happening in the property, we apply $15, a little higher, but apply $15 a square foot to the vacant office. And on the main floor storage space that the Richardsons occupy, we apply $10 a square foot. By the way, the Richardsons own this building, so that would be a non-arm's length, but anyway. And then the areas in the basement, storage unit first on the 8th floor, storage unit on the 8th floor and the basement storage and sub-basement vault we apply $5 a square foot to. The 8th floor has not been leased in over 10 years. And the basement had been leased prior to, it's 2019. It was being leased by the bank for $15 gross a square foot. And since then, there's no interest in the space. Smaller storage units in surrounding buildings range from $5 to $14 a square foot gross. And the higher ones are actually in the Richardson building. And those are storage lockers. It's not just one big area. So for storage lockers. So all things considered, we think $5 a square foot net is appropriate for the subject property storage space. So on page 14, we then look to the actual rents in place in the subject property, Mr. Chairman. These are the rents in the subject that if they pass the test as market, we apply. We apply $10 to the storage on the main floor, $5 to the storage in the basement, sub-basement, and 8th floor. And we don't apply rent to the now common area bike storage on the main floor. So our blended market rent, including storage, is a little less than what the city had. We're at $12.34 a square foot. Of course, for the office only, we're closer to $14.15. So we feel that's an appropriate potential rent for the property. For the vacancy, yes, this property, for as far back as we looked, 2014, has had significant vacancy. It hasn't been under 14% since 2014. The 3 years stabilized at 20%. But what we recognize here, Mr. Chairman, is two things. One, the trajectory of the vacancy is slightly improving the reference date. We think the future holds more uncertainty, but at the reference date, it's a little less than it had been previous. Because we often look at the trajectory of the vacancy as well as they stabilize. And the second point is that some of this vacancy, of course, is in the storage. So overall, we felt that we're not going to use the stabilized 3-year vacancy as we otherwise might, or even elevate the vacancy allowance to reflect that. We accept the 11% vacancy allowance as applied by the city. We do, however, increase the shortfall allowance on page 15 to $14 from $12. We asked the board to consider the 7% non-recovered expenses. In this case, again, I don't look to the actual expenses on the property in any given year because there are things that won't show on an income statement. And also it's an advertised amount. So you might see high, you might see low, but the property does have fairly significant non-recovered expenses in 2019 to 20. But that's a moot point in my opinion. This is a amortized allowance. We ask for 7%. Capitalization rate, I described from our study, Mr. Chairman, that I won't go through again, but based on what the brokers are saying, based on what we see in the market, based on looking at the market in the same methodology as we do the subject property, we would apply 7%. But again, so long as we recognize the risks in our NOI, we will accept the 6.75% capitalization rate applied by the city. So on page 17, we have a leasable area, which includes about 20% storage space. We have a potential market income that is based on actual performance, corroborated by market, and recognizing the poor marketability of the storage space. We accept the vacancy allowance. We ask for a higher shortfall allowance and non-recovered. And our NOI then is $597,314. Again, I don't want to do a lease fee analysis. I'm not paying much attention to the income statement except to make sure that we do checks and balances on our rents. But the actual NOI in 2020, if you recall, was $311,000. The city decided to adjust that for tenant improvements. But whether or not we recognize that in our direct capitalization approach, I don't think it's appropriate just to say that never happened. So we're at $597,314. We accept the city's cap rate of 6.75. That brings us to a value of $8,849,000 round. We've seen the pictures, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's anything else in evidence that we need to draw attention to. So I will conclude our presentation there. Thank you.
Mr. Pohl, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. Can you confirm that the permit for the wardrobe space was 1.6 million?
I believe that's what I read on page 48 of the evidence.
Can you confirm that the tenant's allowance paid by the owner for the tenant was $25 a square foot on 19,690 square feet, which equates to $492,250?
No, that's an additional amount, Mr. Paul. That is being cited from your inclusion of the lease amendment from 2017. That amendment is overriding the original tenant inducement, which was $35 on 32,000 square feet, 1.12 million.
Would this not follow a similar line, meaning that the owner did not pay? I mean, it's clearly showing that it didn't pay the entire amount for this space. There's a difference of 1.1 million.
No, there's a difference between 1.6 and 1.1 of 500,000. So based on the evidence before us, I would agree that it appears $500,000 or about 1/3 of the amount may have been invested by the tenant. But again, there was an additional amount made in 2017.
So let's just, for argument's sake, say it's 500,000. You don't think that would affect in the first term of at least a $2-3 realization and a reduction in rent?
No, Mr. Paul, I think we've gone through this before. I'll just say this. I disagree completely with your interpretation of the tenant improvement allowance. This is, in my mind, how it works. And I can say this because actually I was involved in a negotiation for a Class A rent, our rent in the Richardson building. I know how the deal works. So we are going to take that space. We're on the 15th, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'll go through this example because I hope this will illustrate how I believe tenant improvement allowances work. On the 15th floor of the Richardson building, we wanted space on the 6th. It was a space that more suited our needs. We took the space, but the firm that was leaving was a law firm, and they had extraordinarily large offices. Altus doesn't need that. We needed only about 100 square feet per office. So we had to basically gut the space. And so the negotiation was, okay, Altus, your rent will be X amount, something less than, I think it was $14 a square foot, whatever the amount might have been. This is back in 2011. And you do the landlord work, but you have to abide by our rules. You have to use contractors approved by us. You have to do things the way we say. Reading between the lines, the costs are going to escalate quickly. Or we'll do the work for you and then amortize it into the rent. We do a built to suit. And now understand our circumstances are we can't miss a day. So we're working on the 15th and say, yeah, please do that. It took about 9 months. And then when the day came, Monday morning, we come down, plug in our computers, we're ready to go. Well, the result of that is, of course, they're not doing this for free. They paid, I think the amount was $150,000. Keep in mind, this wasn't anything fancy. This is just reconfiguring walls, and then you have to reconfigure the HVAC and everything else and electrical, and it adds up. So it was whatever amount, $150,000. They amortize that over the 10 years of the lease. And they determined that our rent that we're going to pay is now $18.50 a square foot. We were one of the highest rents in the building. But that doesn't mean that we're a barometer for what the market rent is. We had the landlord put in $150,000. Thanks very much. And did so without us having to worry about anything. So we're going to pay for that. And they paid for it. So there's the difference. The space as is, we could have gotten, and I can't remember the exact number, but let's say it was $14 a square foot. Or they pay for all the work and we pay $18.50. So it elevates the rent. Elevates. If we had elected to do the work ourselves, does it enhance the value to the owner? Not in the least. They don't care what we did. They don't care that Altus wants 100 square foot offices. The next tenant might come in and say, we want all common area. This is why you see, and especially a tenant's market, most offices, the landlord will gut the space to bring it back to base because they know nobody's going to want it as is. And now they just have to worry about those costs. So it's the reverse, Mr. Pole, in my mind, in my opinion. Having the tenant invest some money, we've proven here, or I hope we've proven that it's not what you think. The landlord actually paid $1.1 million and then gave another $25 a square foot in 2017. Did the tenant pay a bit more for what they wanted? Maybe. Does it enhance the value to the owner? Not in the least. Once Tetra Tech left the second and third floor, the landlord had to redo the space again. So I hope that answers your question.
Not really. We seem to have a difference of opinion of where landlords will pay more money, and then you have an owner claiming they're paying it, and then you're reversing the situation around. So, I mean, I really can't get into it.
Let's be careful about what somebody cited in the paper in 2010. Someone said that millions were spent. We don't know if that was real estate.
There was a difference of $1.1 million, from what I know, and whether that was accurate, it's been similar to
That's the difference. As I said, you're not showing all the evidence here. You have the wrong lease in evidence.
All right, moving on from that point. Our inspection of the building was for, I believe it was for municipal board purposes, is one of the first appeals I did. And years later, we did an inspection of the building. I don't believe we ever went down to the storage areas. That's why I don't recognize them. I remember we were going up to the mechanical space on the upper floor, and they actually had skylights in place, which was a bit odd. But they, that's what they had up there. So I did not see what you have on page 19 to 20, the storage areas. You're telling me, just so we're clear, storage areas in usually pretty good demand. When you go throughout the city, most buildings don't have, or some don't have any. And you see even tenants from other buildings renting storage space in different buildings, just close proximity. I don't see any, there's nothing in here that's a big space for the sub-concourse area. They don't have any marketing for this. They don't have any tenancies at all. There's nothing there.
No demand for it right now. I think they got lucky with the bank using the space up until a few years back. But and you're right. We didn't inspect this the first time. If memory serves, my memory gets a little foggy on some of these.
I would have recognized.
But I definitely wanted to, with all these buildings, inspect again. I wanted to see some of these questionable areas, because when I look at this, and I'm asking the same question to myself, well, storage space, why not? Well, it's not the same as storage space in, say, the Richardson building, where you go up to the 31st floor in the elevator and you've got all your nice storage lockers. This is just a big space, sub-concourse. I mean, it's actually rather cumbersome to even access the space. So if I was a tenant in 161 Lombard and they said, hey, you need some storage, we got 5,000 feet in the sub-basement, I'd probably say, no, thank you.
Okay. All right, aside from that, I think we made my point on for the wardrobe space. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Billinghurst, questions?
No questions.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions.
For my part, we've heard three similar phrases used here, and I'd like to just seek a little clarity. We've heard tenant improvement, tenant inducement, and tenant improvement inducement. Mr. Slaughter, am I correct in believing that a tenant improvement, that's the term normally used, when the tenant undertakes capital expenditures to improve the space that they're leasing, and normally there would be some recognition of that by them being given a somewhat lower lease rate. Is that correct?
No, I may be wrong in individual cases, but from the vast majority of tenant improvements that we examine, it's the landlord that's paying them. It's a tenant improvement allowance. They improve the space for the tenant.
Okay, so it's a tenant improvement allowance. That is when, well, okay, this isn't making sense to me. The tenant improvement could be undertaken by the landlord, right? Making changes that the tenant wants in order to get them to show up, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then a tenant improvement allowance is presumably because the tenant is going to make changes, but the landlord will contribute to the expenses of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's a tenant improvement allowance. What is a tenant improvement inducement?
Well, if you're asking from when I was using the term, I agree. The terms kind of blend together. But whenever I refer, Mr. Chairman, to, I have verified, for example, that this lease has a tenant improvement involved. What I'm referring to is that the landlord has spent money as an allowance to improve the space, and that expense is amortized into the rent, which inflates the rent to an amount above what it would have been had they not invested that money. The word inducement is, this is just how I use it. It's a bit wider. It includes anything which induces the tenant to the building. So it includes tenant improvement allowance. You know, the landlord will improve the space. Like I gave the example with our space. The tenant spent that money, and I call that a tenant improvement allowance. And it's also an inducement. They induced us into that space. But it could also include free rent, include other items that are inducing the tenant in. But to your point, there are examples in the market where the tenant will say, no, we're just going to do all the work ourselves. But in the examples that I've cited, that's not the case. The reason I'm trying to make these points is that when I say it has tenant improvements, it's landlord investments for the tenant space improvement.
Okay, so in this specific case, was it only the landlord that made changes to the property as requested by the potential tenant, and it was coming out of their pocket, or did it come out of the other side's pockets as well?
Well, from what we have in evidence, we know that it cost $1.6 million in 2010 to improve all the floors that Tetra Tech had. And we know that the landlord in the original 2010 lease, which isn't in evidence, invested. They gave them $35 a square foot. Now, let's be clear about this, Mr. Chairman. The tenant may very well pay the contractors and do the work, right? They could be doing that. And the landlord could just simply write them a check. That's what happens often. In fact, with 360 Main, more and more that's what's happening. The tenant will actually do the work. So somebody will say, oh, Deloitte did that work. I know the office manager was involved with the contract negotiations. Well, that's all fine and well. But the owner wrote a check at the end and said, here you go, here's $1 million towards your improvement. So there's different ways this can happen. The owner can actually do the work and they control the contractor. They take a cut of that, of course, or they can write a check. And then as the market goes into a tenant's market, that's happening more and more, I find, is that owners are just saying, here, $1 million. The other thing to be careful about is you can't even guarantee that the $1 million is being used for real estate items. We just know that that's the amount that was given. So that's trying to explain, Mr. Chairman, what we see or what I see in the interviews with owners about what's happening. With the specific Tetra Tech lease, $1.6 million was the permit cost for those 3 floors. The landlord gave them $35 a square foot times, I think it was 32,000 square feet at the time, which equates to around 1.12 million. So at the end, yeah, there was a shortfall, but the shortfall was about $500,000, not 1.1 million. In addition, when the tenant surrendered space and left only 19,000 square feet in 2017, the owner gave them more money. They said, here's another $25 a square foot for the minor improvements you need to do to bring everything into a consolidated space. So that is the details of that particular deal.
Okay.
Every deal is different.
Well, then what does assessment methodology and Manitoba law say about how tenant improvements are to be addressed in the valuation of the property?
What the municipal boards have stated time and time again is addressing the question brought before them, which is this. I am valuing this property and Tetra Tech is paying whatever the amount was in 2010, $13.75 a square foot, whatever it was. But Mr. Chairman, the question is asked at the municipal board. I'd like to deduct $3.50, which is $35 a square foot of the allowance, divided by the 10 years of the lease. They probably have a more accurate present value calculation, but just round numbers, to determine or to bring me down to the net effective rent of $10, right? $13.75 or whatever it is, minus the $3.50. It brings us down to a net effective. And the boards have stated, no, you can't do that. Whether or not I agree with the boards on that, I understand the rationale, and it's twofold. One is, if I buy the property, I'm buying $13.50 a square foot. I don't care what you spent in 2010, you being the vendor. And the second reason is, I thought this was very well laid out in the decision for 1600 Nest, Madison Square. This is back in the mid-2000s, where the board had said, well, if you want to use net effective rents, sure. But now you're not using the same methodology because we know you're not doing that with cap rates. Because if you were, the cap rates would be a heck of a lot lower. Because if all the cap rates were derived from sales and then applying the net effective rents, the cap rates would be a lot lower. So those are the two reasons the municipal board had stated we're not going to use net effective rents. But again, that's the question before them was not, do tenant improvements exist? Should I consider tenant improvements when analyzing one property versus another? They didn't state anything about that. In fact, appraisal methodology is quite clear. You need to recognize that. That's part of the market. Those are the market forces from which we need to understand what is happening.
Mr. Pohl, I'll ask you the same question. What does assessment methodology and Manitoba case law or municipal board
Okay,
precedents?
I'll get into this on page 59 to 61, or over a dozen synopsis that state we do not include.
Sorry, your evidence, are you referring to?
Yeah, and I've included
Okay.
that and spoke many times to it. It's
Yeah,
even
just
highlighted.
a second while I bring that up again, okay?
And just so
What
we're
page?
clear, starting on page 59 of this brief, but it's in all my briefs. It's kind of like arguing post-reference. You just don't do it. And this is exactly what these orders are indicating. The case law is indicating from 59 to 61. There's 13 or so orders synopsis, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but essentially you don't do it. And I went through the equitability argument as why you don't do it. And the whole study is created in a way that if there is a tenant inducement and it's a lower rent, for the step-ups for the years that usually occur within the first year of a long-term, a first term of a long-term lease, it starts getting back to market. You usually discount it in the front. And the reason for that is because you're not going to get a tenant inducement for a 3-year rent. Typically, you get a tenant inducement which would affect market for an anchor tenant who's willing to come in and invest in your property, and you mitigate that risk of you doing it yourself so that you'll get a lower rent in the beginning. And then as the lease moves along, as it gets eroded back to market. So you eat up basically what you give out. And that's essentially what I'm showing here. We don't do tenant inducements. Case law states not to, so we're not doing it. Now, you want to call them non-recoverables? You want to include it some other way? You don't. And indicating here, although it's not the subject property itself, but at 444 St. Mary's, we had a big issue on that. And the municipal board order got it wrong. I can't believe they got it wrong to the point where we're going to go back and revisit that again, and pointed that out earlier. Essentially, what we're being asked today is to believe that something comes for free. I don't believe it, because every time we look at a low rent, there's usually a tenant inducement influence in it. So a tenant inducement is anything that would influence the rent. Now, a tenant inducement could merely be, I'd like to get that tenant in my building. You're paying X amount there. My face rent, or whatever you want to call it, my rent here is X amount. I'll give you $3 off the first term if you stay 3 terms. That's a tenant inducement. You don't include that. Or a tenant allowance would be for improvement for space, or tenant improvement. What the words you use really don't really mean anything. Essentially, what it means is, I'm going to get something from you that I would otherwise had to pay for, but my tenant will pay for me, or for a reduced rent, or they'll pay for it outright, and it'll be mutually beneficial. And they are, but that's not at market, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're looking at the spaces that exist as they are and what market will pay for them. And that's why you see new spaces in the subject property here, which is wardrobe spaces, brand new, which you would expect to get a higher rent if it's less than the ones that are existing. Come on, the tenant inducements are influencing that. So that's my perspective on it. The agent seems to have a different opinion. So
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions. Therefore, that concludes our addressing item 2 on our docket, 161 Portage Avenue. We will carry on with 333 Main Street in 2 minutes.
We can take a break for a minute? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right, so we will resume with 333 Main Street. Mr. Pohl, when you are ready.
I believe Mr. Poole is muted.
I was. Okay, sorry about that. File number is 221175. Roll number is 1209385800. Civic address is 333 Main Street. The 2023 assessment is for $31,320,000. Property was built in 1983. It has approximately 169,235 square feet leasable area. There is no recent sales of the property. Guys, page 3 is a short description of the property. The property itself, they look at it, Artistry looks at it as buildings 1 and 2, but we're talking about 191 Pioneer, which is the next one up on appeal, on 333 Main Street. So we'll do this together, as that's how they operate the buildings. So they deem it as Class A office space. We have it as a D prime. So when we go through the property, it is what it is on page 5. They're on the corner of Portage and Main. For 2018, they were asking $16 to get into the building, and that's highlighted below an estimated 2019 tax here. Obviously, it was 2018 for that asking rent. Pictures are on page 7, straight from the brochure. We go to and skip forward to page 12. Again, Portage and Main. Page 13 and 14 just kind of show the buildings themselves. Page 15 is another advertising for the property. And again, asking is the $16 as indicated. Total vacancy within the building for 2021 was 53,000 square feet approximately, as indicated on page 20, highlighted in yellow. And again, page 21 indicating that starting asking rent is $16. So, and confirmed again on page 22. As we go through this, again, is just these information from the brochures that we found on the spring of 2021. So, moving along to page 26, which is the start of the income and expense questionnaires. In lieu of filling them out, and the COVID questionnaire, I should say, but in lieu of filling out the income and expense questionnaires, they submit their financials. And we can see on their financials, highlighted in yellow, they have a commercial rent for the office space around 2.5 million, a little north of that, and a little bit of storage at 14,000 for a net potential rent of 2.563 million. Lease termination fee, highlighted in yellow, is 216,000. Obviously, that's a bit atypical. Recoverable principal amortization capital, which we already discussed in the last appeal. Same principle here. At 184,000, highlighted in yellow at the bottom of the page. And amortized recovering operating costs, we have at 44,000. So again, 44,000 into 2.5 million is virtually nil. And that's the way Artis manages portfolio. So when we go through the rent roll on page 31, we see that the tenant for Bell Canada, they're occupying a lease which starts in 2020. It was $17.50. Bear with me here while I change my there we go. I had to change my orientation of my paper, apologize. So Bell Canada was in for $17.55, as indicated in 2020. That's on my page 31. As we carry forward, On page 34, we see that Patterson Foods is also in there, and this is a rent that I don't know why it keeps getting used by the different agents, but it's $6.99. Right away, if you see at Portage and Main and it's $6.99, red flags. Like, you're at Portage and Main, you don't occupy there for understood rent. So I'm not sure what's up with this lease here. It's for 24,160 square feet. It's in 2019, but it's such an outlier that it should give no weight. I haven't looked at the lease. I haven't been able to confirm through appeals or any other mechanism why that's such a low rent. But I'm not putting any weight to it whatsoever. So, page 36 indicates the vacancy of around 13,478 square feet. So well within market. Here. And then the same information that we've already discussed is on the following pages. We'll get to the OFB marketplace study. We won't go through the whole studies, we've already done that, but we will touch base on 333 Main Street, which is on page 47, second comparable down. And they have the one lease in place at $17.55. And again, 4% for vacancy all the way up until 2020, which jumps to 8%. So stabilized, it's 5.3%. And given the fact that this rent is in place in 2016, and it's the only one, I've discounted the other rent. I put no weight towards the Patterson rent at $6.99. It's the only rent in place. So as the study indicates, unless there's a change in rent, we don't re-include it. And I want to make that clear, and it highlights it for this particular property here. This rent is stagnant, so we don't include it. If it would have jumped to $18 or $19, or it went down to $15 or whatever, as long as it's reasonable and there's no reason to discount it or remove it from the analysis, we would have reported a change in rent. Given the fact that it's still under the same term, we're not going to be changing that, and it's reflected here. So it would not be accounted for and included in the stabilized rent, but the vacancy itself can be, and the cost associated with the shortfall as well as the non-recoverables, which is at virtually nil, can be looked at as well. So the shortfall is obviously at $16, stabilized, and like I said, the building's managed on a virtually nil or totally recoverable. So there's no non-recoverables there really. So from that point, we'll go up to the workup, which is on page 8. Overall, we have a $16 average for the building. We see that's about $1.55 under what's achieved in the building itself, and we see that's roughly the marketplace, a better than average building, which we've already discussed, should be put in around. It's at the more positive end of the first standard deviation, but still right at that mark. And it's a good indicator that we call it a B prime or B plus, whatever you want to call it, and they call it an A, borderline A, I'm sure. But given the advertisements within the building, the rents achieved within the building, I think a $16 rent is reasonable to put on this building, and it's well supported. So aside from that, it produces a $2,707,620 PGI. Standard parameters at 11% for vacancy. Again, even though it's 4% or 8% at the last year, we're still putting on a market rent. This is a better than average building. It's going to get a better than average rent at $16, but we're still putting on a market rent of 11%. So our effective gross income is $2.4 million approximately. Our expenses are at 3% non-recoverable. We're awarded a market non-recoverable, even though it's being managed as a near virtual zero non-recoverable, and we're putting on a $12 shortfall. So our net operating income is $2,114,000. and that's capped at 6.75%, which gives us a $31,320 or $31,320,000 assessment. So just bear with me one more here. We see that the net income to the property, if you look on page 30, is $2,748,000. So when we look at our model, all things being equal, we're significantly under that at 2.1. So with that, I think we're very reasonable in this assessment for this prime property. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Thank you. Mr. Poole, so you're aware that this building was predominantly occupied by Bell MTS up until 2021, correct?
Yes.
It was 100% occupied. Well, it was about 90% occupied by Bell and 10% for Patterson.
Yes.
And you're aware that at the reference date, there was significant space on the market. 31% of the building was vacant, according to the evidence that you have on page 20 and 23. You agree?
Yes.
And is that factor? So obviously Bell MTS has significantly downsized. Is that a factor at all that you're considering in your valuation?
The 3 months I've already spoken to, and I'm hoping that my commentary carries forward from the other 2 days of appeals, that we're not looking at a 2000 past the 2020 year, as I don't have access to that information, and it needed to be have more time to look at it. It's a good, if you look at my, I'll go over it again just so we're clear. On my page 42, page 1 of the study, exclusion of the partial 2021 year. That's the rationale behind it. Sound. If there is a vacancy that occurs within this block, we haven't had a chance to make it. So
Okay, that's all the questions. Thank you.
Billinghurst, do you have questions?
I do not.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions, thank you.
And I have no questions. So, Mr. Slaughter, your evidence, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the building is a Class B office tower near Portage in Maine. I agree, it's a good location. It's a little older, 1976 age. One of the detriments to the property, according to the leasing manager, is that it has a relatively small floor plate, just over 7,500 square feet. And it makes the division of the floor for multi-tenancies a little bit more difficult. But otherwise, decent Class B. But the big thing about this property, Mr. Chairman, is that up until recent history, LNTS had occupied the majority of the property. They also owned obviously the Bank of Montreal building next door. They sold that. And in 2019, they notified the owners of 333 Main that they will be downsizing significantly, taking their space, I think, to about 1/3 of what it was previously. Not only that, though, Mr. Chairman, when they renegotiated for the much smaller area, they renegotiated the rent. This is yet another example. So what I thought was a high rent before was renegotiated down to $16 a square foot. What has also happened since the downsizing was that then they put the space on the market, of course, and they acquired tenancies from Wawanesa, who acquired floors 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, and 17, and CIBC Mellon, who took the 14th. The Wawanesa lease is relatively short term, and I think we all know why, because they're in the midst of building a new tower. So it's only a 3-year lease, and then they're gone. And their lease for that 53,782 square feet is at $14 a square foot. That was negotiated March 2020. This isn't post-reference here. This is all before the reference date. $14 a foot. And the CIBC space, 7,720 square feet on the 14th floor, they negotiated at $12 a square foot. I have excerpts of those leases with the permission of the owner in our appendix. So the board can refer to those documents. So it's quite simple, Mr. Chairman. It is a fee simple analysis, but we're recognizing that this is a tough market and this building is now in trouble. They've got significant vacant space. Net of these new tenancies, they still have about 31% vacant. And of course, that changes the bargaining power. So it is not unreasonable that they're signing leases that are $12 and $14 a square foot. MTS is 16. Well, they've historically been in the building, so I guess they're going to be, that kind of makes sense. So we've applied, I mean, I don't think I should do otherwise. These are recent rents that I find no reason to veer from. They are a market, in my opinion. So I've applied those. What I have not applied, though, is I agree with Mr. Pohl. The Patterson lease for those upper floors, there's nothing about that lease that suggests to me that it's at market. It's not recognizing economies of scale. It's not lower floors. It's not any of the things that we see in other cases where we kind of step back and go, oh, well, knowing all the things we know now, that does make sense. This one just seems low. And talking to the owner, it seems to be, I don't know what the history is, but it's just been low for a long time, long time. And it just renews and stays low. This is a case where I would sit back and say, I'm not sure that that is indicative of market, or nor would a potential investor think that they might not do better if that tenant vacated. So I've applied market. But the market that we're applying in this case, Mr. Chairman, is not $16 a square foot. That's the asking rent again. That would include TIs. Typically, we're not going to retain asking. I'm usually at least $1 or $2 south of asking rent when I determine the market rent. And based on the city's study that was indicating a weighted average of around $14.50 and understanding the difficulties that this property now has with its high vacancy, I used $14 a square foot. That also happens to be the median between the three recent rents signed. So it seems to make sense to me. So $14 is applied to Patterson, $14 is applied to the vacant space, $14 is applied as the actual 12 Mesa space, $16 is the actual, higher than what I deem as market, is applied to the MTS, and $12, lower than the typical market, is applied to CIBC. So the blended is $14.27. Very reasonable and in line with the studies. So that concludes our potential rent analysis. For the vacancy allowance, well, yes, there is a huge vacancy here. But according to the boards, we need to look at stabilized. I look at trajectories too. I mean, there's no way that this property is not going to have vacancy for some time. But we don't see the stabilized history, and therefore I accept the city's market vacancy of 11%, despite the fact there are 31% of the rent estate. The shortfall, though, it's in the materials. It's evidence that the expenses are higher than 12. It's applied by the model, closer to 16. In fact, that seems to be the case with most of these Class Bs. So I apply 14. We ask for the non-recovered allowances to be applied at 7%. I won't go into the reasons why. And we conclude that the cap rate should be 7% Class B. But again, we're recognizing some of these factors, in this case, in the potential rent. So I don't like to double count for items if possible. And for that reason, I'm going to accept the city's 6.75% cap rate. So on page 17, we have the potential market rent based on both actual and market, corroborated by the market studies, $14.27 a square foot. We apply the market vacancy allowance despite the much higher actual, 11%. We apply the higher shortfall and the higher non-recovered allowance, and we have a net operating income of $1,745,958. Oh, sorry, I forgot. We added other income. Looks like mistakenly. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. There must have been something on the income statement that added 14,316 to other income, but I'll leave that in. So our net operating income is $1,745,000. Now, I mentioned before, be careful when just looking at an income statement and saying, aha, there's the NOI right there. Every property we looked at so far, the NOI has been lower than what we're proposing for a stabilized year one NOI for a direct capitalization approach. In this case, it's considerably lower, but it makes sense. Up until the date of the income statement, Bell MTS was occupying all their space, and they're gone. If I was a potential investor, I wouldn't even give any weight to the NOI of the past because things have drastically changed in the property. So I ask the board to consider the capitalized value of $25,866,000. Otherwise, in evidence, I have the financial statements, and I mentioned the excerpts from those new leases for the assessors and the board's reference. That is all. Thank you.
I wasn't muted. Mr. Poole, questions?
Yes. You can please confirm that on your page 36, that the net income, they call it net income, but realistically it's net operating income, was $2.748 million.
I believe that sounds about correct. Yes.
Looking into the years, I've looked at several years. Would you agree that that net operating income hovers around that? It's stabilized.
Yes, and as I explained, that was a property with Bell MTS occupying most of the space, which is no longer the case. So I don't think any potential investor would look backwards at something very different than the present circumstance.
And would you agree that your economies of scale argument, when they're paying $17.55 a square foot net, somehow falls when you look at this particular comp? You've said many times.
The previous lease. Yeah, the previous lease.
This is a long-term lease that leased out essentially the whole building, minus the Pattison space. And it didn't have an economies of scale reduction. It was right at market at around $17.55, which is where, right?
Yeah, it was an arm's length lease as far as I can tell. It was a long-term lease. It sat above market, but it was what it was, and it is in the past. It no longer exists. What they have now is a lesser rent for a lesser space for only 5 years. And I can suggest that I would probably be very nervous about them staying on past that, because Bell MTS is significantly downsizing out of Winnipeg right now.
Can I ask why this lease hasn't been included in your studies, right? In any of your comps that I've seen for this appeal or other appeals? For economies of scale purposes, it would contrast against what you're claiming.
What, the old lease?
The lease that's
or this one?
The lease that's been in place at $17.55. Throughout the years, I haven't seen this used as a comparable for Altus. It goes against what Altus is claiming for economies of scale. You see a large building being leased out, and it's not reduced. It's right at what market is.
Yeah, again, it's not in place anymore, so I wouldn't include it in any studies.
But it was in place for a long time, and Altus chose to look the other way on it. I'm asking why it hasn't been included in any studies and any direct comparisons.
It could have been because it was negotiated way back in the early 2000s. I don't know, Mr. Cole. I'd have to go back through our records of what was included in our studies, but it's not relevant today.
Has there been any major permits taken out on the property since the loss or reduced space for Bell Canada?
I don't actually know, but I could find out.
If you don't know, that's okay. I'm just curious if there's any tenants that are going to be moving in, as in that you've already indicated it has absorbed marketplace relatively quickly, which would indicate it's a good prime building and it didn't wait. Obviously,
yeah, no, the only tenancies they required were those two, Wawanesa and CIBC.
And Wawanesa is obviously leaving. It's a short-term gap. So my asking is there any exposure? Is there any advertising? Is there any tenants, prospective tenants? And if so, what are the costs associated with tenant fit up? And we can get into the tenant inducement argument if you like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I think you have it in evidence. They're asking $16 a square foot. They have 50,000 square feet vacant in the building at the reference date and today. And typically with artists, when they, for an asking rent, which they don't typically attain without significant investment, the average that they put in is about $40 to $60 a square foot per GI.
But there's no prospective tenants is what you're saying, just no interest.
No, I think by now, after all the buildings that we've discussed, it should be clear. It is not a great situation in the market right now. Okay, the demand has not changed. In fact, demand is starting to slide. And if anything, all we're looking at is more supply coming. So no, people aren't lining up at the door for these buildings.
That's all the questions I had. Sorry, maybe I didn't cut out there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Billinghurst?
No questions.
Ms. Nesbitt?
No questions, thank you.
There's been lots of reference through these 3 days of hearings to the impact of the True North buildings coming on stream and the impact that has on supply. I might be forgetting, but I don't know that there's been reference before to the Walmanisa, the new Walmanisa building. So Walmanisa is in the subject building, but very short term. When did they sign their lease?
They signed the leases negotiated in the very end of the brief year. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think it was March 2020, and CIBC was March 17th, 2020 was Walmanisa, and CIBC was August 25th, 2020.
And and they will be moving out in 2023, presumably.
Presumably, I mean, we never know for sure.
Right.
I would guess that.
Okay. And when did Bell downsize? Was that over a period of time, or was it in a relatively short period of time?
Well, I think they notified them in, I don't have the exact date, but it was in 2019 that Bell said, our lease is coming up in 2021, and we're going to let you know now that we're downsizing, number one, and number two, we're not paying you what we used to pay you. And they actually negotiated the rent at that time proactively to take effect when their lease actually expired.
Okay, so for the space that they have retained, they got a significantly better lease rate. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not significantly. It went from the 17 something that was mentioned. That was the old 2005 lease, and now they're paying 16 for about a third of the area.
All right. That's all my questions. Therefore, that takes care of 333 Main Street. And we will move on to 191 Pioneer. You can just give us, Mr. Pohl, a moment to bring up the right document.
Makes us feel any better. We are going to finish by 2.
Don't make promises you might not keep. Okay. Well, Mr. Pohl.
Okay. File number 221182. It is for roll number 12093857500191 Pioneer. The 2023 assessment is for $18,430,000. It was built in 1974, has a leasable area of 106,175 square feet approximately. Subject property description is on the next page. It is still deemed a Class A building by the subject property or by the owner, by Artist Street, but they operate it as building 1 and 2. This is number 2. As you can see in the picture, so the brochures are going to be the same, although it's different buildings. Like they operate them as one economic unit, I guess you could say, or advertise anyway. So, all right. So as we go along, we see that they're still advertising at the $60 a square foot rate. If we go and skip along to page 12. Shows the one on Pioneer. pictures are as such on 13 and 14. And again, this is the same brochure they have, as it's essentially operated as one economic unit. So not really much there I can change. When we go over to the income expense questionnaire, I should say the COVID questionnaire, which is on page 27 to 28. From that point, we have their financials, which they submit in lieu of the income expense questionnaire. Again, pointing out that their commercial rent is 1.62 million. We look at their recoverable amortized capital, which is 180,000. So, okay, again, we had that debate. We don't see that up top in the actual recoverable income. Again, 180,000. We see for the expenses, they don't actually declare any non-recoverables. So again, Artis REIT does a good job of managing it towards it's a near 0 point in all their properties they manage. And if there is a blip, it's a blip. It's just the way they manage their buildings. So your net income or your net operating income, it is a net operating income, although they call it a net income. On page 30, excuse me, is here 1.8 million. So when we go down to the rent roll, which is on page, starting on page, I guess starting on page 30, but 31 really. Bear with me here while I change my orientation of my page. So we see that there is a lease for Bell Canada in 2016 for $15.65. And they occupy the square foot area of 103,000 square feet. So we look at the rents that are in place. You can follow on the next page. It started in 14 for $14 and escalated or increased to 16, which is $15.65. And then obviously this will be post reference in December 2021, but continuing on that rent. So we look at the next page over, which is on page 33. There is zero vacant space in this area, in this building. It's fully occupied. Okay, so I'll start on page 34. We don't need to speak to the capitalization rates. We've already spoken to them for the two buildings at 220 Portage and 240 Graham. We don't need to speak to the case law and tenant inducements, free rents, yada yada, because that starts on page 36. We've already been over them, and that ends on page 38. We get into the actual study for the OFB on page 39. We've covered a lot of it. This is a B prime. They classify as an A. I consider this particular subject more of a B prime than an A. But that's how they will operate their building. So if you look at page 44 or page 6 of the OFB study, we see that 191 Pioneer is the last on the page. Again, similar to the 333 Main. There was a lease in place for the CRU at $15.65 a square foot. That's the one we're putting in place. And again, there's no escalation in rent, there's no changes in rent, so we leave it as such. If there would be an increase in rent, we would reflect that in the year that increase step up occurred. But typically on long-term leases that aren't affected by tenant inducements, you have a very stabilized rent, and it just continues on year for year. It's not the first term of a long-term lease where you would have a reduction in rent because of the offsetting value that the tenant put into the property, which would essentially be metered back, or if there's any free rent inducement to get into the building, that would be metered back as well. And you would usually have a more substantial reduction in base want to call it face value, or the rent that's being paid by other market tenants, other tenants within the building at a market rent. Because as you move along a lease, if you're a long-term tenant, you're looking at a block of time, not just a 2-year lease or 3-year lease. As long as you complete your term or your full lease in full, you get awarded that bit of a discount in the beginning. But if you don't, there's clauses and leases that'll account for that too. So when you go through that, we see that there is zero, essentially zero for non-recoverables. We see in 2016 it was at 2%. In 2017 it was 5.2%. But the remaining 3 years or 4 to the 6 years, it was at 0% for non-recoverables. So, like I indicated, Artistry does a pretty good job of managing their buildings, pushing a zero envelope for non-recoverables. So where there's a blip, it's usually just that. That's been reflected here too. So when we get back to the actual workup, which is on page 8, we see for 106,175 square feet, we have $15.10, slightly above the average for the B class. Again, I view this more as a B prime, less of an A, even though they advertise it as such. This is just a good B. So $15.10 rent, I think, is reasonable. It's well supported by the evidence that I prepared. So from that, I'll move on. It produces a PGI of 1.6 million approximately. Our vacancy loss is standard at our vacancy rate is standard at 11%. Our expenses at 3% unrecoverable, even though the building is outperforming that, and the shortfall is at $12. Produces a net operating income of 1.243 million, which is we go back to the income statements, which is on page 30. Even if you leave in the 180,000 for the recoverable principal amortization capital, the net operating income is 1.2 million. So when we have a model vacancy and model market rent with an upper rent a bit over average, and with a modeled market vacancy 11% and all the parameters that belong, we're significantly under what they're actually performing at, a little under 600,000. So, or approximately a third of their NOI they actually achieved. So when we cap it at 6.75%, this is a estimated value of 18,430,000. I think it's fairly conservative. You see that the net operating income is about 1.8 million. Our model parameters that we put it on and how we looked at the property produced 1.2 million approximately NOI. So I think we're very conservative on this and reflective of what the market is. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Mr. Slaughter, questions?
Thank you. Mr. Paul, 4 to 7, you have some marketing materials, just to confirm that is for 333 Main, not 191 Pioneer, is that correct?
Yeah, they advertise it. They're the same, right? They're buildings 1 and 2. So I thought I made that clear. Whereas 333 Main Street is what we see the rental rates on, but we don't have anything for 181 Pioneer. Mainly, I mean, they're not advertising. It's fully owned and occupied, right? Or it's fully occupied, I should say. So there wouldn't be any advertising.
Perfect, thanks. That is all the questions. Thank you.
Ms. Billinghurst, questions?
No questions.
Short pause. My pen has run out. Ms. Nesbitt.
No questions.
I have no questions. Mr. Slaughter, your evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 191 Pioneer is a little sibling of 333 Main. You can see in the pictures. What's different about this building is that it is actually connected via a walkway to a property on Portage Avenue East, which is owned by MTS and contains much of their switching equipment. So this is kind of a key building for them in that way. And they're significantly downsizing in Winnipeg. They are pulling out of 333 Main. They did the same on Osborne Street, where they have a call center. But for now, they're staying in this building 100%. But same thing happened in 2019, Mr. Chairman. If the panel could please turn to page 30. Actually, please start at 27. So when Bell MTS informed artists that they were significantly downsizing at 333 Main and renegotiated a new lease, they did the same at 191 Pioneer. They're retaining all the same area, but you can see that as of the December 5th, 2019, they signed a new lease that would take effect when the other expires in 2021. And on page 30, you can see that it'll be just a 5-year lease. And building A is 333 Main, that's the $16, and building B is 191 Pioneer, they're at $14. So another step down in rent. And that's what is reality for somebody looking at this property in April 1st, 2021. So that's really the major difference between our positions, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we can ignore what's happening in the market or in the property. And we shouldn't just look backwards to a lease that commenced in the early 2000s. I feel $14 is at market for this type of building. The weighted average again was $14.50 or so. And we're now looking at 106,000 square feet. And I do believe economies of scale, as the municipal boards have reminded us, is something we need to pay attention to. So we have looked at, we've applied $14 a square foot to the entire area. And on page 14, that gives us a potential rent of $1,486,450. Now for the vacancy allowance, this is something that I debated internally over quite a bit. I've never seen a lower allowance be applied than market when circumstances dictated. But I wasn't sure if that was appropriate. Historically, it's always been applied at market, regardless of being 100% occupied. The market is about 13%, as we saw in the evidence. Typically, 11% is being applied. At first, I thought, no, I should be using something slightly less. I looked to the last cycle when 9% was applied. And then I did sit back and I thought, well, we are dealing with only a 5-year term. And that's 100% of the building. If I was an investor, I don't know if I'd be sitting too optimistic about the future of this building with just that short of a term. So in the end, and this is something I've been debating about a lot, as I said, I don't usually do this, but I applied a lower vacancy allowance. I felt that all things considered, I'm not going to go higher than what it was last cycle. So despite market being 13 and the actual being 0, I'm using 9%. What I do, though, is I change the shortfall rate from 12 to 14. We saw in the marketing materials that the actuals are about $16. So I'm using 14, and I do ask for the non-recovered allowance to be applied because that is something as an allowance that is over the life of the building. And again, we may not see these items on the income statement. Structural reserve, for example, we don't see on the income statement. And lastly, so long as we do these adjustments, which I think reflect the risk into the future, both the non-recovered allowance and the vacancy allowance, I don't see that we need, again, to sway to our capitalization rate for Class B of 7%. I would accept the city 6.75%. So on page 17, we have the $14 a square foot applied. We have a lower vacancy allowance than the city is applying, but higher shortfall and non-recovered. You can see in blue the changes, and in red where I've applied something lower. And the NOI then is $1,124,202. I'll just answer this now that no, I'm not looking at the past NOIs for this building. As I've mentioned earlier, When you have owner occupied buildings or fully occupied buildings, of course, the NOI is going to be higher. But that's not the exercise in a direct capitalization fee simple approach. We apply market allowances for some items. So 1,124,202 capitalized at the city's rate of 6.75% brings us to an indicated market value as of April 1st, 2021 of 16,655,000 rounded. I indicated the lease that we have in place, Mr. Chairman. So I think that concludes our presentation.
Mr. Poole, questions?
Same question, same rationale as the last property. Although I don't see the income statement in your brief, maybe I missed it. It's not in your brief.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, but you can confirm it's near zero or at zero for non-recoverables. It was not reported as any.
I will take your word for that.
And you can confirm that, and I'm sure you've looked at it. You must have looked at it. The net operating income is hovering about 1.8 million. And that's
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the non-recovered allowance, often you won't even see some of these items on an income statement. Structural reserve is about 2%, and we won't see that. And again, I consider what's happening in an individual year. It's an allowance over the life of the building.
Realistically, it's a $1.8 million net operating income, and that's been stable throughout the years that you've looked at it, correct? I've looked at it 6 years. Yes. So, okay, that's all the questions. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Billinghurst?
No questions.
Nesbitt?
No questions.
Mr. Slaughter, do you know why the lease that was signed was such a short-term one, only for 5 years?
I don't, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that's all my questions. That concludes this one.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Short of 2 o'clock, well short. Thank you very much, everybody. That concludes this hearing. We will be deliberating and then issuing the orders, and you will get them as quickly as we can get them through the mail at this time of year to you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah,
You too. And
great holidays.
Merry Christmas.
I don't see you before.